9 o'clock and we will start up. And so defense attorneys can know, someone left an iPad here and it's been here for a couple of, maybe a week and some days. And so no attorney has come back.
It's a really, really good one.
I think it may be a good one, but there's no, okay, there's no initials on it or anything. So we're trying to, yeah, with no initials. So this.
When you hear your name is called, please stand up. Phones on silent or off.
All right, everyone. It's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday, so they tell me. So that's a good thing. I'm going to call the docket. When I call the docket, let me know you're here. If you don't respond, I'm going to assume you're not here and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. If there's a Fernando Zepeda, your case has been reset for April 11th. Robert Lee Luna. Ignacio Rios. Thank you. In custody, we have Jacqueline Wallace and Malik Ballou. Douglas Marshall, Lawrence Walker, Louis Thomas, Jennifer Portel. Okay. Brandon Morris. Christopher Barode. In custody, we have Brandon Benavides, Jesse Eno, thank you, Patrick Daniel Vargas, Nicholas Cornelius, Kevin Owens, thank you, Tyrone Shepard, thank you, Victor Del Toro, Daniel Flores. In custody, we have Terrence Reed, thank you, Richard Escobar, Mario Pineda, Gracie Segundo, Julian Juarez, thank you, Robert Sanchez. All right, thank you. Gerson Rodriguez is in custody. Christopher Gonzalez. In custody, we have Isabel Garza, Epifano Marcata, Mark Salcedo, Daniel Bell. Thank you. In custody, we have Gilbert Gonzalez, Kamar Simpson, Joe Jimenez.
Yes. Last I heard, he was still in federal custody. Supposed to be trying the case that he had the same incident.
Oh, all right, thank you. Michael Montoya is in custody. Benny Santos, Tremonte Singleton. Jacob Guevara is in custody. Victor Ramirez, custody. Stevie Stokes. Paul Landaverte Martinez, custody. Frank Sanchez, custody. Gloria Orozco. Joshua Gonzalez, Veronica Alvarez, custody. Lisa Marie Garza. Thank you. Lana Ganal.
President Program, she got transportation stuck in traffic.
All right, thank you. Sebastian Castillo, custody. Stephen Wellbacher. Thank you. Michael Douglas. Still in Hollywood, maybe. See, only a few people know who Michael Douglas is. Okay, but Sean, it took you a while to get that.
You're late, first row.
Xavier Escobedo. Thank you. Benicia Davis. Perfecto Escobedo. And custody is Oscar Martinez. Christopher Barreau. Cheyenne Fox, not requested. Pierce Jones, not requested. Jose Castañon, Justine Montemayor, Ramon Longoria, Wesley Crawford, not requested because of findings of incompetency. Joshua Mejia is in custody. Oscar Martinez, custody. Robert Halstead and Jarius Torres is at 11. Rodolfo Aceves.
He should be here. I talked to him last time.
All right, thank you. Robert Uridalis. Thank you. Christopher Caballero. Sergio Garcia is in custody. Denver Stewart. Thank you. Michael Kilgore, custody. Roger Salcedo.
Present.
Thank you. Judea Castillo.
We're present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Renee Torres. Brandon Juarez. All right, a lot of people walked in from the rain. I'm going to go through the docket just once more. The people who were not present, let me know if you're here. Robert Luna.
The first row is for dependents that are late only, not
Thank
family
you.
members. Just dependent.
Jennifer Portillo. Brandon Morris. Christopher Barreau. Patrick Vargas. Nicholas Cornelius. Victor Del Toro. Richard Esquivel. Mario Pineda. Gracie Suganda. Robert Sanchez. Kamar Simpson. Joe Jimenez, federal custody. Stevie Stokes. Gloria Roscoe. Lana Ganal. Michael Douglas. Thank you. If you could sit on the first row, please. Benicia Davis. Perfecto Escobedo. Christopher Barreau. Rodolfo Aceves. Thank you. Christopher Caballero. Renee Torres. Brandon Juarez. Is there anyone who came in late or your name was not called? What's your Tyrone Shepherd? Sorry, what? Michael Duran? You need to be on the first row. Name, please.
I'm here for everyone.
Yes. All right, front row, Esquivel. Yes, your name? All right, front row. All right, if you came in late, you need to be seated on the front row. All right, these are the rules of the court. Everyone, it's a rainy day, but we should Be grateful for the rain because flowers grow, and without rain, you won't appreciate the sunshine or the rainbows. So these are the rules. There are files over here. That's the criminal trial division files. These are family violence files. Attorneys, I try to keep the center of the room as least congested as possible. And hopefully, if we do this, no one will be sick for Fiesta and you'll be able to enjoy it. So if you will grab your file from the box and just place it on whichever prosecutor's desk that file corresponds to, have a seat. They're going to call you in the order in which you'll appear. The only exception to you being called in the order in which you'll appear is if someone needs an interpreter, because we have not that many interpreters and they have to handle all of the courts. So those will go first if the interpreter is here. If you have an inmate, ask the deputy to bring out your inmate. We have a lot of inmates today. So once you ask for that inmate to be brought out, please do not leave because you're taking up someone else's space. Do not approach the court unless you've conferred with the state and conferred with your client. Do not approach the coordinator for a reset or continuance. I'm the only person who can give that to you. So we have a lot of people on the docket today. Everyone be kind. Again, none of the male attorneys have informed me why they have the reason for the inside pocket on their jacket, but you can have some extra kindness there. Take it out as needed. Everyone, please confer and let's have a good Thursday because tomorrow's Friday. And everyone, when you're approaching the court and you're ready to have the court hear your case, you need to have the clerk pull your file. And once they pull the file, just have a seat. I'll call you in the order in which you'll appear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can I have the file?
Yes. Amber.
Yes.
Here you go. That's a leaf pushing.
Ah, well, thank you very much.
Figured you.
Yeah, I'm always wanting to know. So I now know why the inside pocket is there for gentlemen. Thank you. It's for aesthetic reasons.
The inside pocket?
Yes, that's what he just Googled.
But doesn't it make it all comfy?
Well, he said, according to what he just showed me, supposedly it will make the suit lay flatter or something.
You would think it would bunch up.
Yes.
And then that's why I'm not a fashion designer.
Do I give this to her? Do I just wait to-
Yes. No, just have them put the file up there and then I will either give it to them or not. Thank you. No problem.
Good morning. I have Denver Stewart for a bond hearing. Denver Stewart. What do we need?
All right, on Julian Warris, have you conferred with the state?
Briefly last week, I conferred with the special prosecutor, Your Honor.
All right, special prosecutor needs to come down because they're supposed to make an offer today. Have they made an offer?
No, they haven't. They're currently in trial right now as of earlier this week.
So there are only two special prosecutors in the entire courthouse?
The only one I've been dealing with is David Kavakos.
Talk to the state. I'm sure they'll be able to call a special prosecutor down. Thank you. Hi.
Yes. That is it. I don't think you want it's just 2 days, but I guess I can do it after.
I don't
Just put the file up there. Yeah,
Oh, no, I don't know when you call.
no problem. Oh, yeah, just, all right, just confer and the court will take care of it. Welcome.
I'm gonna ask for.
Your Honor, my client, Mr. Aceves is here and I'll put him on the first row.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they're mentioning the report. I got the other case, it's like a shooting one day. It should be.
Do you have an ID Pena, P-E-N-A?
And then. Wow, just.
Or maybe they got. No, oh, you keep your file? Oh, no, I don't see his file over there.
Post rejection rate.
I do and I don't.
Yeah.
You can't find it, but these are not gonna use it. Doesn't come up. Regular mistakes.
I see.
They're a relative.
That's a totally different. I watched that. Yeah, I see. But I'm not. How many years? Say that they are. Yeah. That would have doubled that thing right there.
34 day.
Yeah. Yes. You can have it. I don't want it.
Okay. What am I doing? Let me ask you a question. How does you, because I don't see it. How does your job run the bond reduction areas? Okay. I'll have the secretary file.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You did it.
All right, who's here on Denver Stewart?
That's me, Your Honor. And it's a family violence case.
Have you conferred with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there an agreement or no?
There is not an agreement.
All right. Everyone, I'm going to need you to whisper. Court is calling 2022 CR 6778, State of Texas versus Denver Stewart. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
Defense.
For Mr. Stewart.
And are you Denver Stewart? Are you going to need to keep your voice up so the court reporter can hear and so that I can hear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court is in receipt of a motion to amend conditions of bond. The defense is requesting removal of GPS for purposes of work. State, are you in agreement or no?
We are not in agreement, Your Honor.
All right, are there any witnesses from either side?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, do you have any
No,
witnesses?
Your Honor.
Defense, who are your witnesses?
My witness is going to be Mr. Stewart.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
You can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Denver Stewart.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then, for the record, Your Honor, I'm calling my client for the limited purposes of this hearing. Mr. Stewart, where are you employed?
Victory Police Services out of Midland,
I'm
Texas.
sorry. You gotta speak up, and there's a mic.
Victory Police Services.
And what do you do at Victory Services?
Right now, I'm currently in the wash bay washing frac pumps, and it requires me to get soaked and covered in water. My boots get waterlogged. And also I gotta climb up in an engine bay and work and clean, and my ankle monitor has gotten snagged countless times.
Okay, how long have you worked there?
Going on a year now.
Okay, and how old are you?
20.
Okay, so recent graduate of high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this one of your first quote unquote real employers?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you've been working there for a year, and I'm sorry, what type of work, just generally speaking, what type of work is it?
I'm cleaning frac pumps, which is pressure washing. So I do get soaking.
Okay, and what is the employer looking to advance you in that country?
He wants me to be doing something we call dry ice, which is where I'm climbing inside of radiator and fan boxes and using dry ice to clean out the radiators, and then pressure washing them, which I get a lot of backsplash on me, which will cover my boots and inside of my boots and grease and oil and water, etc.
And to the best of your memory, when were you arrested for this offense? Approximately.
6 months ago.
Okay, and for the past 6 months, have you had the ankle monitor on your ankle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, have you had any violations with the ankle monitor? And have you reported to court for all of your court appearances as directed?
Yes,
Have you had any contact with the complaining witness in this case?
ma'am.
Now, with this change in job, you were talking about how you've had it snagged on machines.
Yes.
Okay, can you please explain a little bit more detail what you have had it snagged on and what you had to do to get yourself out of that situation?
There was an incident about a week ago where I was climbing up onto a frac pump to essentially wash the top of the transmission in the engine bay, and my ankle monitor got caught in between the exhaust tower and a hydraulic line, and I had to have everybody stop what they were doing and somebody to climb up and come help me get removed from the spot that I was in.
And is this a position outside of the ankle monitor problem? Is this a job that you've been doing well at?
Yes, ma'am.
You like this job?
Yes.
You want to be able to continue working there and advancing your career with this profession?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Where is the job site located?
Midland, Texas.
And is that where you live?
That's where I'm staying while I'm working. Yes.
Is your residence in San Antonio or
My home address. Yes.
how long are you in Midland?
Most of the time I work until I have court, so it could be like 4 weeks, could be 2 weeks on, 1 week off.
When do you know your schedule?
My schedule.
Mhm.
I get my schedule from my employer and then I report it to my BO.
But when do you learn your schedule? Is it weekly? Is it monthly? Is it quarterly?
Excuse me, let me ask you this. If you are required to work today, for example, when would you know that you were required to work today? When do they give you notice of that?
right away.
Okay. Do you have any advanced knowledge of what your work schedule will be?
I mean, it's supposed to be 2 weeks on, 1 week off, but court does interfere with that, but my employer is really lenient
No,
with letting. me go.
Here's the thing. This is what she's trying to understand. She's trying to understand when your schedule is and when do you know when your schedule is. For example, some people, when they work at a job, on your last day, Friday, if that's your last day that you work, your supervisor will put on a board showing you what your schedule is for the next week. Or either they will put on the board, you're off this week and this is the week you work. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So she wants to know, when do you know that?
I know my schedule because it's supposed to be a 2 week on, 1 week off.
But how much notice do you have in advance? For example, if you had to work, let's say, April 6th, when will you know that you have to be at work on April 6th?
They'll let me know right away that they're gonna need me that day.
Okay, I don't know.
Um,
Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do, Your Honor, but I think what his response is it's almost like he gets called right away and he goes into work.
So they don't give you any advance notice? Because I know that I have to be here like every week, Monday through Friday. So you don't have that type of advance notice? For example, I understand if there's an emergency and somebody's calling you saying we need somebody on Thursday, but they don't give him any advance notice?
I think
No, ma'am.
he's working all the time unless he gets off to
Yes,
be able to come down here for court. And the court, back in December, when Mr. Navy was representing him, I filled in on that day and the court granted him the permit to be able to go up there and live up there. And he just returns back to San Antonio when he's needed for court.
All right, state, does that help you or no?
I guess if his permanent residence is here, he's working in Midland, has he moved to Midland? Like, when does he come to San Antonio?
I only come to San Antonio when I have court.
Okay,
And
but
his
you're,
parents live here, so that's why his permanent residence
Yes, ma'am.
is here.
okay, how old are you?
20,
Okay. And when did you start working in Midland?
about a year ago.
And so in that year, how often have you been in San Antonio?
Not very often. I mean, I used to be on a 2 week on, 1 week off shift, and then I was working even longer. Sometimes I was working 5 weeks at a time, 1 week home. And then as soon as court started, I was out there as long as I possibly could. I was out there getting as many days and weeks as I could, and then I would only come home when it was court time.
About 4 or 5 times.
I'll pass this.
I don't have any other questions, just arguments, Your Honor.
All right, state, are you still any objection to knowing that he's in Midland? Do you still have any objection to the removal of GPS for work reasons?
Your Honor, as long as he lets pretrial services know when he's going to be in San Antonio ahead of time,
Yes, ma'am.
then I'm okay with him working in Midland.
All right, are you okay with the removal of the GPS? Because I mean, the court has already approved for him to work in Midland.
Yeah.
So I always like to get to the crux of the problem. Here's the crux of the problem. I'm assuming you don't want him contacting the complainant.
Correct.
I haven't received any violation reports of him contacting the complainant. So I don't know anything about this case. So what is the alleged age of the complainant at the time of this offense, allegedly?
Believe either 17, but maybe even 18. She was a high school student, senior when she reported it, but it was later determined on the EA's office investigation that she is an adult when the offense allegedly happened.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to the removal as long as he keeps pretrial services aware, and if for some reason he does come back to San Antonio to work here, we need to revisit the issue.
All right, so every time when you are going to come to San Antonio, make sure you call your pretrial services officer and tell them you're going to be in San Antonio.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're still not to have contact with the complainant. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you change your employment, you need to let pretrial services know. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about my instruction? Are we going to have any issues?
Oh, yeah.
All right, is there anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, your next court date is May 15th, and I think there is some CPS records issues, so,
Yes, and while I'm here, I'll speak with Ms. Mitchell about it.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
I think it's in.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to ask that you not exit that door. Attorneys, do not exit that door because there's some issues that are happening outside the door. Nothing that is of a threatening nature to us, but there's medical personnel outside that door. So attorneys, if you need to exit, I'm going to ask that you exit this door. Everyone else, you're just going to have to enjoy your time more in the 187th.
Go ahead.
No.
No, no.
Who's here on Julian Juarez? Julian Juarez? Jennifer Portillo?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
She is not present, Judge. I have no contact with her. She's
All right,
on-
we're going to put this on the record just a moment. Court is calling 2020 CR 10190, State of Texas. Well, before I call this, counsel, because there's issue going outside the door and they're probably not letting anyone in, can you walk around and see if your client is
Of course,
there?
Judge.
All right, and then come back and I'll take it up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
My
welcome.
client's in the courtroom, good.
Hmm?
My client's in the courtroom.
Hey, I appreciate it. Lisa Marie Garza.
Just happened to be me, Judge. Yeah, I talked to Jason.
All right, so on this case, you're on that, yeah, you're on that side. All right, on Lisa Garza, the last time we were here, the state said there was no surveillance video exists. So now we're here for prior reports. Where are we on that?
Judge, I don't think we've received any of the prior reports, and there's another issue that's come up about the complainant's MR and psychiatric records. And Jason was going to contact the family to see if there's anything to corroborate that, but nothing about the prior reports. And the other issue I wanted to raise, the last 2 or 3 times you've been here, we've requested a hearing to remove the GPS. And to date, I've received no contact from Carruthers or Judge Carruthers or Judge Nahara about a setting. And we emailed both of them about trying to get a hearing on the move.
All right, did you file a motion?
Yes.
All right, could you pull the motion? State, are you ready to have a hearing on the removal of GPS?
I'm sorry, Judge, who's this?
It's Lisa Marie Garza. Have you- No, have you had a chance to confer with the state?
We've talked, Judge.
All right, and are you in objection to the removal?
Yes, Your Honor, we haven't conferred on about that motion in particular.
We talked about it before.
They
All
just
right.
told me they objected to it, so
All
that's,
right. Well, if you want to talk to him to see if they're still objecting to it.
Jason, you still object?
Sure.
Okay, there we go. Just one moment. Let me find her on our docket sheet. Thank you. All right, so where are we on the prior reports?
So Judge, I had reached out to the detective for the case and he did whatever searching capabilities he had on his end. I think he gave a list of potential incidents or something, which I forwarded to Mr. Mauer, asking for which specifics, or what he was specifically requesting. And I don't think we've gotten a response from that. So we're still trying to figure out which FAPD numbers he's referring to.
All right, so now you have those.
I'll make you a copy.
I've got one. So I can ask him specifically for the reports related to this incident, Your Honor.
All right, now the issue is you're requesting the removal of GPS.
Correct it.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 9806, State of Texas versus Lisa Marie Garza. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Jordan.
Defense?
Robert Mauer for defendant, Your Honor.
And are you Miss Lisa Garza?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you filed a motion for removal of GPS.
Yes.
All right, state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any witnesses, defense?
Judge, I'd like to call Lisa Marie Garza.
Can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Lisa Marie Garza.
Proceed.
Defense?
Ms. Garza, you have been on monitor, how long?
Going on a year already?
Okay, have you received any violation reports?
No.
Are you presently working?
Yes.
And if the judge agrees to remove the GPS, will you continue to abide with any no contact order that the court might impose?
Yes.
Are you still living at the same house?
No, I did a change of address to not be close to the defendant because we're neighbors. I mean,
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear you.
I chose to change addresses because I wouldn't be close to
So where do you live now in relation to your old house? How far away?
about 5 miles away or farther.
Okay, so, and there's been no contact with the family, correct?
No.
And the no contact order that was in place at the time of the incident, was that to both the complainant and his sister or just to the sister?
Just a sister.
Okay, but anyway, Judge, that's all I have. I pass it.
All right, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
First, before I ask my question, state, do you have any questions?
No, Judge.
All right, I have a question. So when you said that you moved farther away from the complainant, at the time before you moved, how close were you to the complainant?
We're neighbors.
Okay. All right, any questions? State?
No, Your Honor.
Just argument.
All right, the court will hear argument.
Judge, the facts of the case are such that I think I have a pretty justified self-defense case, but my client's been on bond and GPS for over a year. She hasn't had a violation. She has no criminal history that I'm aware of. And she's complied with all orders of the court and will continue to do so. She's made the effort to remove herself from any potential situations with the complainant and the complainant's family. And I think it would be appropriate in light of her lack of criminal history and the compliance she's shown to remove the GPS.
State?
Yeah, just as a point of clarification, I believe she does have a cruelty to non-livestock animal from 2015 that was dismissed for pursuant to deferred adjudication.
Okay.
That's the only Bear County criminal history I'm showing. If you can give me a moment, I'll check whether she has any out of county history.
All right, thank you.
No, Judge, that it looks like that's the only history that we can see on our file.
Okay.
The nature of this case, Judge, involves shooting the victim with a firearm. Obviously, that's a large concern for community safety. We appreciate that the defendant has seems taking steps to distance herself from the victim and the family, but obviously, as the court's aware of through the defense discovery request for past incidents, this has been an ongoing issue between these two families. So for the safety of the victims and the safety of the community, we're asking the court to keep the GPS commission.
All right, do you have any objection to tracking only?
Judge, she's already on tracking.
I
Judge,
think
if I could
she's on
respond-
partial.
Or partial.
But I'll hear
if
you
I could
respond.
to that.
Yes.
The thing I find interesting when we're talking about the previous incidents. The previous incidents are ones like the one I gave Jason where the complainant's family are the ones that have a no contact order with them. And with my client and her family, not the other way around. So clearly, based upon what we have here, the complainant and his family are the problem. My client has removed herself from the situation. But I do think, I mean, Jen, she's been on GPS for over a year and hasn't had a single violation. She is a hardworking woman, and I think that I don't see any justification for keeping her on GPS based upon this cruelty done on livestock animal. I don't think it's a justification. And she's been doing a good job, and she's shown herself to be trustworthy. I think a no contact order is sufficient. She's going to abide by it. She moved 5 miles away to make sure there weren't any further issue.
All right. All right, this is what the court is going to do. I'm going to reduce it to tracking only. Counsel, come back after Fiesta. And the court will, if there are no issues, then the court will strongly consider removing.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
All right. Fiesta, people get a little, well, we all know how Fiesta
That'll be
is.
the test.
All right, so State, have you made an offer in this
Judge,
case?
we're not taking an offer.
No, well, I always require that one is made. Has an offer been made?
I don't believe so, Judge. I can try to make one. I don't know if we talked with the victim and family about it, so we'll try to reach out this week.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on the discovery issue first.
And see, Mr. Meyer, when people say they won't accept an offer, I asked an attorney that once and I said, so if they offer you a Class C, you're saying no. See,
Well,
there you
gosh, now that you put it that way, Jason, you want to give me a Class C?
go. Well, we don't know, but it has happened before, not with these
Well,
prosecutors.
accept a dismissal.
Yeah. All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, Lisa Garza, I need a 30-day reset. At that reset time, an offer needs to have been tendered and all the discovery needs to be complied with.
The 24th, Judge. April 24th.
All right, we're going to come back on April 24th.
Thank you, Judge. Be excused.
After she signs the reset form, and if you'll escort your client through that
Will
way.
do. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you then. Who's here on Lana Ganal?
I am, ma'am.
All right, this is PTD. Where are we?
We have filed the application for PTD, ma'am.
All right, don't be late for court anymore, you understand? Even though it was raining, I was in the rain, but I'm still here, okay? All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset for PTD.
I can do the 24th as well.
All right, we'll come back on April 24th. After you sign the reset form, please escort your client out that door.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Fano Mercado. All right. Oh, and Mr. Callahan, you're on the side. It's okay. All right, so today is your client's plea deadline date.
We're unable to reach an agreement.
All right. Where is family violence on this case, please? All right. You're requesting a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How long do you expect this trial to last? It's an assault, family choking?
I think it could be 4 days as punishment at Amstrad.
Okay. If he were found guilty, would he be going to the judge or jury for punishment?
The judge.
All right. So does that shorten the time?
Probably 3 days.
All right. So counsel, if you'll file that election for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date, family violence. They're telling me it will probably be 3 days or 2.
I can do maybe one second.
And it's Mercado.
Okay.
May 23rd.
All right, May 23rd. And if you'll sign the election for us, please?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mikado, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to plead open to the court. Your plea deadline date has expired. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Michael Douglas. Who's the attorney for Michael Douglas? All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, we've made an offer.
That's correct, Your Honor. We received an offer today for the first time, and I'd like to have reset so I can discuss it with my client.
All right, and where are you from originally?
New York originally.
All right, because I can hear the accent. Don't lose the accent.
I'll try that. I've been here 9 years and I haven't lost it.
Okay. Do you have all the discovery?
I do.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset for plea deadline date. All right, so April 24th will be your plea deadline date. What that means, on that date, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the offer. Otherwise, the court will not accept any offers without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about anything?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right, Michael Douglas, with a name like Michael Douglas, which everybody will think of because it's Michael Douglas, right? Can't be late for court, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I won't.
All right. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset, then you're excused, but make sure you go out of that door with your client. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe step back.
Yes. Julian Juarez. Who's the attorney for Juarez?
Mr. Douglas, have a seat and then when.
All right, we're waiting for your attorney. Jennifer Portillo or Portillo. I know I'm mispronouncing it. The double L's always confuse me. I did? Yes, thank you. Jennifer Portillo. Why do I have this file? Jennifer Portillo.
Your Honor, the attorney was supposed to go outside to see if.
Ah, thank you. Gracie Segundo. All right, where's Gracie?
Come, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Hello. All right, let me see if this is who this is, family violence or criminal trial division.
This is gonna be Jason.
All right, this is criminal trial division.
Jason Jerkins.
All right, thank you. If you all could slide a little bit this way. All right, so thanks for popping in.
No problem, Judge.
All right, so
Your Honor, we're here today on a setting to continue our discussions on a plea agreement potentially. There's some discovery that's still pending that the subpoena of medical records from the hospital have been requested by the state. They've not received or I've received them yet myself. Based on their current investigation, there needs to be some more witnesses interviewed, that affidavits may need to be provided. And so,
when you say affidavits provided, these are affidavits you're going to provide?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So with regards to medical records, we were here on February for medical records and then March 9th for medical records, then March 30th. So the next setting I'm giving you will be the last setting for the medical records and then for the affidavit. So I normally don't do this. Ms. Ferguson, on Segundo, can I have a 45-day reset, please? And counsel, I have in here that the conflict waiver, you already filed the notice. Thank you so much.
I have Mario Pineda, co-defendant in this matter, Your Honor, is also present in the courtroom.
All right, let's bring him up as well.
Yes, my stuff's gonna go get it.
Hmm?
First row, sir, Mr. Burrow. First row. First row.
They both live in Houston, Your Honor. They're traveled here today. I apologize for them coming a few minutes late.
No problem.
But,
All right, just don't be late again, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so May 8th is discovery and medical records. So that's the last time for this. This will be the last discovery. And then Norma, also, who's your other client? What's his name?
Mario Pineda.
All right, Norma, I also need the same reset date for Mario Pineda. And it will be the May 8th date.
Okay.
All right, is there anything else?
That's it, Your Honor.
Oh, and counsel, next time, if it's a matter of just discovery and they're coming from Houston, let the court know and we can do it by Zoom.
We have that permission to do that next time.
Yes, they can appear by Zoom next time, since it will be the update on discovery.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on those reset forms for Pineda and Segundo, if you could put on there that they're allowed to appear by Zoom, that they're coming in from Houston. Yes.
Yes, both of your clients need to sign up with the arts, not as we call them back.
Parents read. Whoa. The rubber band popped and it flew off. Was anybody injured? Let's get this on record now. Okay, Robert. I mean, that band just flew.
I'll let this one slide. John.
I appreciate it. All right, today is the plea deadline date.
Yeah, we've rejected it, so you're,
All right, so how long are you expecting this jury trial to last?
it'll be at least a week.
At least a week? All right, if you and Mr. Garhan will confer over a date, have you all conferred on a jury trial date?
No, we haven't.
No, we have not.
All right, if you all will confer on the jury trial date, and then see if Ms. Ferguson can fit you in, and then that will be our date for jury trial.
Thanks, Judge.
Judge, one of the issue, I guess, do that. I know there's gonna be some motions. Can we get us, you want to just contact Jason and get a setting with the court for a couple of weeks before that?
Yes.
Okay.
or, anytime you want to do motions, just let Ms. Ferguson know and we'll have them done. And if there are motions that you all cannot agree on what you can agree on and what you can't agree on, we'll just put it all on the record.
The state's already been over most of those things, but there's a couple of things I'll probably need to put.
Okay. All right. Talk to her and then come back and let me know what the date is you all have selected.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Yes.
Jennifer Portillo. I'm checking the outside.
Okay. Let me call her.
It's already been approved for PTD. But it's really just.
Who is your client?
Jennifer Portillo.
Oh, just one second.
Mr. Escobar, that's my son.
Okay.
He's been approved for PTD, Judge. EMS came, checked him out, put all the leads on him. He is going to be going home. We didn't transport him, but it was pretty legit, Judge. I thought that man was dying.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, PTD date on Escobar.
24th.
All right, we'll see you back on April 24th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. And then I'm going to take yours up. Could I have a prosecutor on Jennifer Portillo, please? Court is calling 2020 CR 10190, State of Texas versus Jennifer Portillo. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
for the defense?
Isidro Montoya, Your Honor.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. and it's now 9:55 a.m. The defendant has not appeared in court. Defense, have you had any contact with your client?
No, Your Honor, all the contact information is not correct, and she's on fugitive status. She removed her GPS monitor, and I have no idea where she's at.
All right, well, I believe a warrant has already been issued for her.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
May we be excused?
you may be
Judge?
excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, can I have first real quick?
Yes. Mhm. All right. Where's Gloria Orozco? All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PTD date on Orozco.
I can do that one on the 24th as well, Judge.
All right, April 24th. I'll get a reset form.
She's got all the paperwork signed. Does she need to pay the restitution amount today and just go take care of that?
Oh, it's whatever you and the state have come to an agreement on.
Okay, it was in the paperwork. We were prepared to do that today.
Okay. Benicia Davis.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Oh, good morning. Where's your client?
She's coming up.
All right, where are we on this case? The last time we were here, you have all the discovery in this case, but then there's an intoxication assault that is in intake.
Correct, Judge. So I was conferring with the state on that matter and they want to move forward with the other offense because it's a higher level offense. So they're waiting to indict that. I don't know how soon they're gonna be indicting that.
State?
And Judge, it looks like it was originally rejected for a multi-county indictment. I'm assuming that that's coming down the pipeline soon.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, can you give me a 45-day reset, please?
May
All right, we'll be back on May 8th for an update on the intox assault case.
Yes, Judge. Do you still want us to exit through the back?
Oh, no, you can go through right now.
Oh, we need to sign a reset.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Justice.
And Ms. Davis, do not be late again. Robert Sanchez. Robert Sanchez.
Good morning, Your Honor. He hasn't appeared. I'm
All right.
covering for Renee Munoz because he's out of town.
Okay.
So I don't. I tried.
All
to
right,
call him.
court is calling 2021 CR 10251, State of Texas versus Robert Sanchez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state
Jason Gary, Your Honor.
defense?
Rebecca Reed for Renee Munoz, Your Honor.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 9:58 a.m. Counsel, have you had any contact with Mr. Sanchez?
No, Your Honor.
State?
States are requesting a bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
All right, the court will issue a judge's warrant and remand your client without bond. If your client makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
Okay, good to see you too.
Who's here on Christopher Gonzalez? All right, today is the plea deadline date.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so is your client accepting the plea or no?
Subject to some discovery issue, he is rejecting the offer, Your Honor.
What discovery issues? Because I have here that all the discovery was received.
Well, having reviewed the videos, there was a photo lineup.
Everyone, please whisper.
Having reviewed the videos, there was a photo lineup done with the complainant when it's on video. But I don't have copies of the photos that they actually showed her.
I put a request in this morning and he did mention the photo lineup, but I apologize. It was a misunderstanding. I thought he was asking for the video, which we already had. But I did put a request in for the copies of the actual photo lineup.
All right, when will you have that for counsel?
Hopefully soon. I imagine it's just a matter of them pulling the file and scanning copies over to me.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall this for April 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're gonna come back on April 6th.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes,
My client also.
after you get a reset form.
Sure.
Whose client is this? Is that your client? All right, can I have the file on that, please? All right, counsel, has your
Yes, sir.
client been evaluated? Does she need to be evaluated?
I don't believe so, Judge. I think she's just ecstatic.
All right, so what's happening with this case?
I think we're about to take a plea, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, they're doing a plea. Yes, April 6th. Who's here on Julianne Morris? Good morning. Where's your client?
He's coming.
All right, did the state make you an offer?
No, Your Honor. I did reach out to, the ADA. I was talking to Special Prosecutor David Cavazos. He says he did confirm he is in trial right now, and the state has been, attempting to reach another special, prosecutor to come down here.
All right, Julian Juarez, come forward. Why are we at the back of the room? Yes.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Cavazos did tell me that his trial should end next week. Could we recall this case for next Thursday on the 6th?
All right, Ms. Ferguson on Juarez, Julian, if you could put that on April 6th, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
May we be excused?
After he signs the reset form.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I know you called the case before. I apologize for not having the report while I was stepping out.
Oh, no, no problem. Joe Jimenez? Joe Anthony Jimenez?
It's me again, Judge.
Okay,
And Mr. Garrett.
all right, so this is the federal trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
So do we know where we are on that, or?
I'm gonna. Yesterday afternoon, I meant to check on, count them, and I literally passed out. For this morning, and he had reached out to the federal prosecution to see where they're at, and he hasn't heard back from them yet.
And Judge, that's accurate. I saw the, it's a note in the, in our synopsis on JD. I sent out an email this morning. As soon as he said feds, I sent it out. I sent it to our individual that also in our office that reaches out to those feds to find out what's going on with the case. My understanding from this reporter is that that case is supposed to go forward first. It's from the same incident and
Okay,
it may resolve this case.
I had a conference call with him and his federal defender.
all right, everyone, please whisper.
I did have a conference call with him and his federal, he's in Park City.
Okay,
It is the same synopsis. It's the same, out of the same incident here. The feds picked up the gun charge and they were going to try it. I just don't know when they tried it, and when they were going to do that.
all right, so,
I do have an email out to them sent this morning.
all right, so is 30 days enough time for you all?
I'm hoping to get a response and then I can follow up with Anthony Cantu in our office to see if he also reaches out.
You know,
Okay.
So yes,
we're both in agreement here, Judge. I believe. Obviously, if he wins on the federal side, if this case does go away, doesn't, then we'll see. Where we're at.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset on Joe Anthony Jimenez. All right, so we'll come back on April 24th.
Thank you, Judge.
And have you all figured out a date on Reed yet?
Judge, I needed to. Look at my calendar.
Okay.
Or do you want it now?
we're in agreement, Judge. I mean,
Oh.
it's gonna, I mean, it's not gonna be anytime soon. We were.
All right,
talking to
so-
them about August.
Let's do this. Let's, because you say you have motions.
Yeah, I'll put those in. Most of, I don't think that it's gonna be like a suppression issue type of motion.
So instead of a jury trial date that I give you, because I know it's packed today, let's set it for motions hearings, because I don't like the file not to have a date.
Okay, perfect.
So if you all can set a date with her for motions and it'll just be a motions, then after that, I'll give you a jury trial date.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's.
All right, what date on Reed? All right, so that would be for motions. You're welcome. Daniel Bell. Daniel Bell, is your attorney here? All right, did you confer with the state?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, so the last time we were here, it's for the state to contact the complainant.
So we've requested a background search to find known phone numbers and addresses. I don't see that we've got the results from that back yet. But we are still attempting to make contact.
All right, so you all,
I'm sorry.
so you all don't know where the complainant is?
Currently, no, Judge.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna give you a reset, and this is the last reset for finding the complainant. And after that, offer needs to be made. And if there's a jury trial, then there will be a jury trial.
Your Honor, my client's driving into Oklahoma City. It's a 7.5-hour drive each time we have court. Would it be okay if he appears at our next setting via Zoom?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have, you're welcome. Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Daniel Bell, please? All right, and Ms. Ferguson, can you put on the reset form that he's allowed to appear by Zoom? Who's here? I'm Patrick Vargas. Sir, you need to take off your hat. That's okay. On Patrick Vargas, there's supposed to be an update on the federal custody issue.
Yes, Judge, here's, may I approach?
Yes.
Here's a printout from this morning, Judge.
Mhm.
I highlighted the relevant parts. He was sentenced on the 17th to 54 months.
Okay. All right, who is the prosecutor you're conferring with?
Nobody, it's just, we haven't conferred, Judge. He's just been in federal custody. all
Okay,
this
if you
time.
want to confer and if you want to show this to the state.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Perfecto Escobedo. Good morning. He needs to come up and you're here.
Honor, he's not here. It's an FDA.
Oh, he's not here?
Is Perfecto?
Yeah.
Yes.
They told me he was not here, Your Honor.
All right, have you conferred?
Here.
Well, they told me he was not here. We'll go talk to Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Xavier Escobedo. Wait a minute, excuse me. Are you Xavier?
No.
Okay. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, and counsel, you're on this side. Have you conferred with the state?
Yes, Your Honor. They're allowing us to apply for a pretrial diversion.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a PT date for Xavier Escobedo. All right, you'll come back on April 24th, and Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Make sure you have completed the contract. You understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
These are done. Ignacio Rios. Thank you, Mr. Rios. Oh, you're on this side. Oh, sorry. All right, I need everyone to please whisper. And if you're behind the court reporter, please ask that your client be moved to the end. Court is calling 2022 CR 10366, State of Texas versus Ignacio Renee Rios. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
Defense?
Sorry, Matthew Allen for Mr. Rios.
And are you Mr. Rios?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you entered a plea on March 7th to count 2, no contest. Count 1 was waived. The court found there was sufficient evidence to find you guilty. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is be assessed at 2 years in the prison.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Court will follow your agreement. The court will sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Nadia Gutierrez. Is there anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a felony conviction and also an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. Thank you so much for coming in to report. You said you would, and you did. All right, do better, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Why do I have this? That's. Yeah. Malik Falou. All right. No problem. Court is calling 2018 CR 10108B, State of Texas versus Malik Falou. Can I have parties announced for the record?
Melissa Christian for the defense.
Jason Garrett for the state, Your Honor.
You're doing like triple and double duties, Mr. Gerhan. And are you Mr. Falou? How do you pronounce your last name?
Boye.
Boy. Boye.
Boye. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't get the Lieu, Boye.
I think
Okay,
you were going to consult with your mom about that.
I am.
pronunciation.
But you know what? However people pronounce their names, I'm going to go with it. So Malik Boye.
Yes, ma'am.
Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
No, I haven't. But the state is willing to proceed, Judge.
All right. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 10 years in the prison. The state is opposing his application, and they're taking in consideration 2018 CR 10109A, and there's restitution to Chase Bank and Circle K under 2018 CR 10109A. All right, are there any witnesses from the state?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Defense.
Yes, Judge, but if I could just point out for the court, I think it's page 3, there's a error in the calculation of restitution. I think it's like 27,000 on page 3 and it's 2,700 on the last couple of pages. So I just wanted to bring that to the court's
All
attention.
right, thank you.
Wanted there to be the accurate number.
Oh, yeah, I don't believe Circle K has 27,000.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't think so. I just wanted to let the court know.
Thank you.
Judge, we would call Talisa Holmes.
Talisa Holmes.
This is hers.
All right, and Mr. Boye, if you'll step back the way. All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Talisa Holmes.
All right,
If you could spell your name, Ms. Holmes, and what your full name.
Telisa, last name Holmes.
And could you tell the court what your relationship is to Mr. Brouillet?
I'm his mother.
And Ms. Holmes, what do you do for a living?
I am military retired, Army retired, and so now I work a daiquiri shop.
And you're aware of what Malik is charged with? And you are aware of the decision that the court is facing today, which is whether to send him to prison or to put him on some kind of probationary term? Okay, and what would you like to tell the court as to why Malik should receive probation instead of going to prison?
Sorry.
Okay, take your time.
Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
You know, as a parent, your kids are your life. You do your best, you know, to make right decisions for them so that they can make correct decisions in their life. Not saying that they'll always make the correct decision, but I think that what the charges are, I think that was an impulse thing for him. He was in the wrong crowd. He was young, he's still young. And I don't want his whole life to be in incarceration. He'll never get to understand how to adult in life, the responsibilities of being an adult and being somebody that can add to society is if he's in incarceration so early in life. He's not gotten in any trouble again. And I just, you know, I haven't been able to be in contact.
And Ms. Holmes, let me ask you, would he be living with you if he were granted probation?
He'd be living with me.
Right. And are you available and willing to support him in whatever conditions that the court may assess to his probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then that would include him getting to a probation officer and reporting, getting some outpatient mental health treatment, something, anything like that. Are you willing to help him get where he needs to go and do what he needs to do?
Anything that the judge deems as would be helpful for him to stay out of walls where he can't. Yes.
And do you feel like you have sufficient control over him in a situation where, in other words, he would abide by your house rules and do what he needs to do?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you wanted to let the court know?
Just, you know, I can only plead as a parent for the behalf of my child for the court to do what's in his best interest. And that would be for him to be with his family. It'll help his morale. It'll help our morale. And, you know, he's got a young one also. He's got a baby that he hasn't met. So, you know, things like that help to redirect any negative behaviors from an individual. I can't say the same thing if we were to be apart for longer.
And at the time of this offense, when it occurred, he was 17, is that correct? And he's 21 now. And so he's gotten married and had a child in that time.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll pass it, Mr. Judge.
State.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, was your son living with you during this time of this offense back in 2018?
That specific time frame, no, sir.
He wasn't,
No, sir.
and he was only 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
Why was he not living with you?
Because just like any child, he wanted to live independently.
Okay, so independently, he went out and committed the robbery? Is that correct?
I think that, no.
And then when and are you aware that he went to Bell County, was arrested there for 3 different charges in 2022?
I have not been in contact, so no, I was not aware.
So you haven't been in contact with your son in
3
2022?
3 years.
How many?
Years, 3, 4 years.
So if he is given either deferred or probation, is he gonna live with you?
He's gonna live with me, yes, sir.
But you haven't been in contact with him for how many years?
3 years.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
We have nothing further.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say that you haven't had contact with him for 3 years, is that you all have not talked on the phone? There have been no letters written. You haven't seen him for 3 years?
So I've been writing while he's been incarcerated here. I haven't gotten anything back.
But I mean, has he been incarcerated for 3 years?
I mean, Judge,
No, there has been a lag when he was charged with this offense, not in custody. And I believe there's a bond forfeiture on file, and then he was rearrested.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out, why have you not had any contact with him?
I don't think that. So I was going through my own military, issues and things, and I don't think that my son wanted me to be more involved in what he had to go through.
No, I'm not talking about the jail instance. I'm not talking about him being charged with this. I'm just talking in general. So is there a reason you haven't had any contact with him?
No,
All right, just a moment. So the line that's here, there's an inmate right there. So I'm sorry, but you all are going to have to wait because it makes it easier for the deputy. Yes.
I can't say for, 100% why, but we just haven't been in contact because I also had my own pending felony type of thing going on at the time.
All right, what pending felony type of thing?
So I had a hindering apprehension a long time ago, like 2019.
I'm sorry, had what?
2019, hindering
Apprehension? Okay. And where's his father?
Never was in the picture.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
State any other questions?
No, nothing.
All right, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Judge, we would call Antoinette Hollister.
All right.
Antoinette, do you want to? If you don't want to, it's okay.
All right, counsel, if you want to let me know what she would say, if there's no objection
So,
from the state.
Yes, so Antoinette is the younger sister of Mr. Boyer. And she actually cut short her vacation plans in California to come back and be supportive of her brother. She is also living in a home. He is a high school graduate. She's working. She would have testified that she would be supporting him along with mom, making sure he makes all his appointments and does whatever he needs to do. Giving him the family support and assistance he needs, not only in meeting his probation obligations, but with his new baby as well.
All right, thank you. All right, if you all will wait till we finish the hearing to approach, that would be greatly appreciated. All right, any other witnesses?
We'll call Mr. Boyer.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. You're going to need to speak up so the court reporter can hear. State your name for the record.
Malik Boyer.
And you need to keep it that loud, Malik, okay? So Malik, you understand that the judge is facing a decision as to whether to put you on probation or send you to prison. You understand that, right?
Correct.
Okay, and tell the court, if you would please, why you believe you deserve to be on probation.
Not that it's any excuse at all, but at the time of the crime, I was a 17-year-old knucklehead and drug addict. These past few years, I've grown to fix my bad habits, and I also haven't caught any new outstanding charges. I also don't have any prior outstanding criminal history. I just really need a second chance at life. I just had my first child, who will be 9 months this month, and I want an opportunity to be there for him and my fiance. So if you could find it in your heart to grant me probation, I can promise you 100% that you won't see me again. I just need an opportunity to prove myself.
And Malik, you've had some mental health issues, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you and I were going over the PSI, I told you that the probation department, that if you were granted probation, they were recommending some outpatient treatment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you telling this court that you'll be willing to completely commit yourself to whatever recommendations through the probation department or whatever conditions that the judge wants to assess? You're willing to do whatever it takes to complete this probation successfully?
Definitely.
Okay, and can you tell the court why you haven't been in contact with your mom? Because the court was asking that question.
I didn't want to bring my mother into more of being in the way, especially if there was any possibility of her getting any criminal charges brought up against her to mess up further what I had already done between going on with my little sister and things like that.
And Malik, are you willing to abide by your mom's rules of the house? So whenever she says you have to be home, you have to be home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you willing to go and get a job?
Of course.
What kind of job do you think you could get?
I already have 2 jobs lined up, actually. One is a lawn service and another is a forklift driver through the Christian Ministries.
And how did you get those job opportunities?
I went to a prayer call and I was handed a slip, and another one is from one that I already had previously.
And have you received any medication or medical assistance while you've been incarcerated?
No, I don't feel it.
Okay, so you're not taking any medications, right? Okay. Do you feel you need any medications?
I've been prescribed and things like that, but I was self-medicating and things like that. So,
And so if the court grants you probation and you're given this opportunity and the NIC unit supervises you and they get you assessed and they say that you need to be on medication, are you going to take it like you're supposed to?
of course,
Okay, are you going to self-medicate on the side or anything like that?
no.
Are those days behind you?
No.
Okay. We'll pass the witness.
State.
Mayor, thank you, Honor. Sir, you stated that, one, you were out on bond for this case, is that correct?
Right.
And then during that time, you went to Bell County and picked up 3 additional charges?
3 misdemeanors, just said.
Right, and evading,
3 misdemeanors.
yeah, and evading arrest, detention, right?
Correct.
And then also failure to ID,
Correct.
and then also possession of marijuana, right? Right. Okay. And you've been incarcerated since that time to this time.
Yes, sir.
And the co-defendant in this case, is that a friend of yours?
My acquaintance.
Acquaintance?
All right. Everyone, please whisper. And if you could please speak up.
Speaking of the mic.
And this
Sorry,
He didn't get
he
it.
said it was acquaintance.
individual is just an acquaintance of yours, meaning that you've only met him a few times and you just hung out with him?
Correct.
So you decided to go in to the Circle K and commit a robbery with him?
No, and actually, that whole day was, I only remember certain parts because I would black out occasionally.
Blackout, but you were blacking out because you're on Xanax, right?
Correct.
And you're also drinking and smoking, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's what you stated in this PSI.
Yes, sir. But I just wanted to also be known that I haven't done any of those drugs since I've been incarcerated the first time for those charges.
But you just got picked up in Bell County of 2022 in March for possession of marijuana. Is that right?
Correct.
And evading arrest and also failure to ID.
Correct.
So you just told the judge, since you got these charges, the initial robbery, you didn't smoke weed or anything like that?
No, sir.
You didn't have it in your possession.
I said I haven't been able to. The drugs that make you black out, weed doesn't make you black out. But I was smoking because I have anxiety, PTSD, bipolar depression. So I was self-medicating. That's what I said when I was self-medicating instead of taking prescription because I'm prescribed.
Have you been to a doctor
Yes, sir.
and diagnosed with all this?
Yes.
When's the last time you went to a doctor?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, John.
Malik, is there anything else that you would like to tell the court? This is your chance.
No, ma'am. I just want you to know that, like I said, you will never see me again if you grant me probation because I've changed, I've developed, and I definitely have a child that I don't want to follow the same footsteps as me. I didn't have my father. It's not an excuse at all, but I don't want him to lean towards seeking out other attention from other people because there's not enough love, or if you feel that there's not enough love for you at the house to accept that. I promise you I'll change, Your Honor. That's all I
Right,
have
see,
to say.
these are epiphanies that people should have when they're in the free world. I guarantee you, I could be wrong, I don't think I am, I guarantee you that your attorney doesn't have criminal charges pending. And everybody else, the people at Chase, the people at Circle K, they're just trying to do their job. I don't know anybody who, well, there may be some people who 100% want to work the night shift at Circle K or something. Usually they don't. In my lifetime, I've had to work the graveyard shift. And the graveyard shift is one of the worst shifts unless you get your body prepared for it, because no matter how much sleep you get in the day, when 2 a.m. hits, your body is saying, why are we up working? We should be asleep. So the people who are working at Circle K, maybe they love that job, or maybe they're saying, you know what? I need money. I got bills to pay. This is the job that's available for me. I'm going to do it. Everybody in this world, even in this courtroom, everybody's doing their job. Maybe they expect that they should be retired. I thought I was going to be retired at 21. Here I am, 22 years old and still not retired, right? But, okay, why is that?
Let the record reflect it.
Yeah.
Coots laughed out loud.
Yeah. But it's people just trying to do their job. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to find him guilty. I'm going to sentence him to 5 years in the prison. I'll retain jurisdiction, give him credit for any time served, take in consideration 2018 CR 10109A. There's to be restitution to Chase Bank of $2,701. I didn't have in the PSI report a restitution for Circle K.
Yeah, that's correct, Your Honor. I believe it's the bank is the portion.
Is the only.
That covers that.
Okay.
Correct.
And you are severally liable with Ramon, Raymone Salinas. I'll ask for the therapeutic community, whether or not you are available for it. I can't force them to place you in it, but if you request it, they may place you in it. If you don't request it, they will not replace you in it. Do you understand? Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. Your attorney will explain what I meant when I said I will retain jurisdiction. The other thing, you are young. Sometimes people think things happen and it's the end of their life, the end of the world. It is not. You still can pick yourself up and do better. Everything that you told me, I listened to. Everything that your mom said and the proffer from your attorney that your sister said, I listened to. And I think every attorney will tell you that I do take in consideration some of the life choices that you may not be in control of when I sentence people. Because sometimes you get the parents you get, your parents come with issues. Like right now, your child has a parent who's going to come with him with issues. And no children are allowed, at least I don't know of any children who are allowed to look down and say, well, I want these two parents. You just get the parents you get. But regardless of what happens in your life, at some point, you're responsible for your own actions. It's nobody's fault but your own. When people come to me and they say they're running with the wrong crowd, if that other person were in front of me, they'd say they're running with the wrong crowd, and I'll ask who it is and they'll say it's you. So don't be a part of wrong crowds. You understand? All right, good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so is the interpreter here for Jerson Rodriguez? All right, if you can come forward. Thank you so much for being patient. Who's the attorney on Jerson Rodriguez? Oh, come forward, please. And where is Mr. Rodriguez?
Custody.
Okay, I'm going to take care of that after I finish up with this. All right. Oh, come forward, counsel. All right. And is Mr. Rodriguez in the box or no?
Rodriguez?
Jerson Rodriguez.
No, you're on your way.
All right. Counsel, do you have any objections to us proceeding with your client not being out here?
No, Your Honor, no objections.
Okay, so what is happening on this case? I see that an offer was tendered. Is there an update on the immigration from the MAC?
No, Your Honor, you appointed an immigration.
I'm here.
Yes.
Sorry, Judge. I was just, I just have 2 extra days. I'm double checking on the immigration side.
Okay, all right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna recall this to give her time to check on other matters. How long will it take you?
By the end of, I guess by Monday.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can you put this on Thursday of next week?
Okay.
All right, so we'll come back on April 6th, council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
You're welcome. Yes, you may be excused.
Thank you.
And just one moment. Yes.
We were told that Hannah Smith was not brought over from the Great County Jail. I think that Norma indicated that she could be brought over this afternoon. It's going to be a plea judge.
Yes.
So we have like 8 to 10 next to 10 who've taken time off work. So if we can, if
Yeah.
there's any way to do that through today,
Yes.
we appreciate it.
Yes, I'll be here.
What, 1:30?
Let's make it 2.
Okay.
Well, talk to the deputy because I know they have a
Oh,
lockdown. Yes. Carlos, Ladoverti Martinez. And we need the interpreter for this as well. Yes. Okay. Sure. Sure. All right, so council, oh, sorry.
1 second.
And Deputy Laura, whenever you're ready to go outside. Okay, when they come back, just whatever I'm doing, I will stop and we'll go outside. All right, so on this one, there was a psychological that was scheduled and discovery. So all the discovery is received. So where are we on the psychological?
Your Honor, I just had the hearing last week and he is found to be competent, Your Honor.
All right, so have you received an offer from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, I received an offer from the state. I have related to my client. And at this time, he wishes to proceed to trial, Your Honor.
Well, have you received the update from his immigration counsel?
I have not, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to give you a plea deadline date. Ms. Fergus, can I have a plea deadline date on Ladoverti Martinez, please?
How long did you need, Judge? I'm sorry.
Let's give it 3 weeks so we can make sure that the immigration attorney has given his Padilla letter.
I can do, I'll do the 17th.
All right, we're going to come back on April 17th. And that will also potentially be your jury trial date as well, depending on whether or not he accepts the plea. So it's a plea deadline date and jury trial date.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
And we be excused, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
I'm the first chair. You will. Here.
Okay. All right, everyone, just give me 2 minutes. And I will be right back. I just need to step in the hallway for a moment. Ms. Ferguson, if you'll mute us, please. Okay, I'll go this way. Well, this way, and I'll be right back.
Judge May approve.
Just one moment. Daniel Flores. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do Flores and I'll take that one. Which Christopher who? I don't have that file up here. So once I get the file, I'll do it. If you all will let them know. Yes, what is happening with this case? We were last here on discovering medical records, update on DNA results.
Judge, it looks like we've already received everything. And we conferred in depth with the state. I provided a long memo with all the issues I believe that are with the case. And I conferred with Brittany on that.
Okay,
We have been emailing back and forth regarding the case. And I believe the state wanted to address the court on that.
okay, so how much time are you asking for?
30 days.
All right. And so, but states, you've already tendered an offer?
Well, I would like for that to be the plea deadline with the issues that she's highlighted and she gave me a good packet. I need to actually bring the victim in and talk to her to get her.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Daniel Flores? All right, we're going to come back on April 24th. That will be your plea deadline date as well. So you all need to confer on offers off docket.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Judge, I have immigration that day. Can I come on the 25th maybe?
All right, Ms. Ferguson on Flores, can you move that to the 25th? All right, so it'll be the 25th then.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Daniel, which case is that? Because it hasn't been tendered to the court.
Right there, Judge. I appreciate it.
No problem. Christopher Barode. Christopher Barode.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. All right, so just one moment. Let me see what I have on the docket sheet.
And Judge, just so the court where it wasn't set for contested MTR today, the state was ready. In conferring with defense, they indicated that they would want to withdraw from this case.
We want to do what?
Withdraw.
Judge, there's been a breakdown in the attorney-client relationship, attorney-client communication, and it would be unethical for me to continue in representation of this client.
All right, are you appointed?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, you want to call Mac? All right, just have a seat. We'll get to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Judge, just so I can inform the officer.
Just give us one moment. Sure. All right, thank you. Tyrone Shepherd. And it's on Christopher Barode. Christopher Barode.
That's
All right. What is happening with this case?
Yes, Judge, I've had a chance to confer with the state. There's some outstanding pieces of discovery that we have agreed upon.
What outstanding discovery? This has been going on since 2021. I know there was an issue with a evaluation. So I'm giving some extra time because of the evaluation, but the evaluation was completed back in August 2021. What is the discovery issue?
Well, I guess first and foremost, Mr. Shepherd spent the last year and almost a half in the Bear County Detention Facility.
Yes.
Receiving mental health treatment. And so I'm asking for that file. He was regularly interviewed by the jail staff. And I believe it's relevant to his defense in this case. I've also discussed with the state The advocate's log, wherein there is recitations of witness statements that other ADAs have spoken to in this case. I'm asking that to be produced. And finally, there is the state was kind enough to let me look at their work product file. I noticed it was very thick. In that file, there is, I believe, another witness statement from the complaining witness in that case that has not
All
been
right, so this is
produced.
what I'm going to ask counsel.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask that you write down what discovery you want, because some of it is not normally given. For example, your client's mental health reports or interaction with mental health staff. So I'm going to need you to make a list of specifically what you want, or in general what you want. So I'll know what you want, and then I'll be able to determine how long it normally takes for that.
Okay. And
So-
I'm happy to submit a specific motion to that
Yes.
effect, Judge. To be clear, I believe that I've discussed this with Mr. Garahan, and we're in agreement that this material should be produced.
Okay, no, I understand, but I need to know what it is.
Fair enough.
All right, so I'm going to recall this, and we're going to recall it for April 6th. Are you able to have that list for the court by then?
I can file that specific request today, Judge.
Okay, so we're going to come back on April 6th. Ms. Ferguson?
Yes, ma'am.
On Tyrone Shepherd, we're going to come back on April 6th for discovery. That way I'll know what it is, because I like to write it in so people are not coming back and 2 years later, we're still trying to get the same thing. That's why I'm doing it, Mr. Shepherd. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Shepherd, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you an April 6th date, and we'll have that discovery list from you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
And Judge, is he free?
Once he signs the reset form.
Thank you.
Who's here? Michael Kilgore. All right, if Mr. Kilgore can come forward. Have you conferred with the state council?
Yes, we have. I have not got an opposed or an agreement, so I have confirmed.
Okay. Have you conferred on the case?
Yes. Even more so, that's the case, yes.
All right. Do you mind if I call you back in a few minutes, because they're still conferring, and I'll call you right back. If you need to run to another court, you can. We'll keep Mr. Kilgore here, okay?
Okay, I'm just gonna run to the restroom.
Okay, sure, no problem. All right, so don't run, because
Okay.
it's been slippery.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your patience. Oscar Martinez. Who's the attorney for Oscar Martinez?
Morning, Your Honor. Michael DeLeon, representing Oscar Martinez.
Judge Michael DeLeon, it's a pleasure to have you in the court.
It's good to see you, Your Honor.
All right. So on this case, this is your first setting, I believe, your first setting.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. As the court's aware, Leo Gonzalez left the firm. I have joined the firm, so this is my first setting with Mr. Martinez. I have no information from the state yet, but we're going to confer and get discovery, and we'll be able to properly come to the court next time and be able to give you a much better announcement of what we're doing.
All right. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I have a 30-day reset on Mr. Martinez for discovery. All right, we'll come back on May 4th.
May 4th it is, Your Honor. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
All right, thank you. Have a great one.
You too.
Judge, just let you, there is a co-defendant on that.
Okay.
Miss Joanna.
All right, just come on up. Just give me 1 second. What is, oh, no problem. What is your client's name?
Joshua Mejia, and he's.
Joshua Mejia.
And he's not out.
Oh, he's not out here. Okay, I'm sorry, Judge. He's not out here.
All right. Just give us a moment. Have you requested that he be brought out?
I have.
All right, as soon as he comes out, we'll take that up.
Thank you.
Hi. Oh, you don't need a reset form since your client is in custody.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Norma. Norma, will I get an email? Can you have my email?
All right, who is here on Veronica Alvarez? Probation, this is an application.
Thanks, recommendation to defer, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and your client's in the middle and you're in the second.
Here?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Court is calling 2022 CR 9445, State of Texas versus Veronica Alvarez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense.
Karen Thorpe, defending.
And are you Veronica Alvarez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna need you to make sure that you speak up so that the court reporter can hear. Counsel, you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Alvarez, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Ms. Alvarez, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a $1,000 fine and the state recommends deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea? Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years, that there be a TAP evaluation and 120 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plea? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No comment.
State, any evidence to support the plea?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, state introduce its state's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state you will be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you understand, again, that you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Sorry? You need to speak up. Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
I would like to, yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Says that you followed the plea bargain. My client really didn't have a record, and I do believe it's a good candidate for probation.
All right, do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
4,
What are their ages?
6, 8, 11, and 15.
How old are you?
35.
Where are your children?
My mom.
Child Protective Services involved?
Right. He's already been closed.
Were your rights terminated? So what ended up happening?
Before I came in here, my mom had she told me why I talked to her this past week. And she said the case was closed. But I really didn't even ask her.
So you didn't think to ask her about your rights to your children?
The phone cut off. We were talking about the kids and everything.
All right, how often are you using meth? How often are you using meth?
I was using it daily.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I was there daily.
I don't understand what she's saying.
How often were you using the drugs? That's what she's asking you. You need to tell
When
me.
I was there.
How do you use meth daily? Do you use it every other day? Do you use it weekly? How often are you using drugs?
I was using it daily.
Do you have employment? Did you have employment while you were in the free world?
No.
When's the last time you had employment?
It's been a couple of years.
So how are you supporting your children?
Well, for my kids, I get the child support for them. And if I did work, it was temp services.
So you were using your children's child support to support you and your children?
Well, you asked how was I supporting my kids?
No, kids or baby goats?
I would do, and then I had a boyfriend before.
And this boyfriend you had, is he the father of these children?
The last one, yes.
And who is Orlin Archaga, who you were in the car with? Who is that?
My friend. He's a friend.
What does that mean? He's a friend?
I
Is this a
mean,
boyfriend?
No.
Were you intimate with him?
No.
So how did you come to be in the car with him?
Because he was taking me to go get some tea for the kids.
So you're riding around in a car with somebody with a crack pipe or a pipe used for meth to go get food for your children?
Well, he was just my ride to go and take me back home. That was it.
Okay. Does your mother not have a vehicle?
Well, mom lives far from me. Where I live at, she lives far.
So where were your children when you went to go on this ride to get something for them?
At our apartment?
By themselves?
No.
Well, who was with them?
My dad.
All right, half of this story that she's telling me I find it all suspect. But this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna send it to you, because I'm sure CPS is, I don't know if CPS is doing their job or not, so I'm gonna have to do it. What is your mother's name?
Gloria Gaona.
Gloria Guyana? All right, the court is going to sentence you to 3 years deferred adjudication. There's going to be a TAP evaluation while in custody. And if the TAP recommends inpatient treatment, she's going to inpatient treatment. So it's following all recommendations of TAP. I'm going to run a referral to felony drug court. There's to be no contact. Well, no in-person contact with minors until further notice, and that includes her children. Counsel, once she's completed drug treatment, then the court will always reconsider. I'm going to want the UA hotline upon release, weekly testing. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month upon release until further notice. And please tell them to look and make sure that there are no minors there. There's to be no contact with Arlen, O-R-L-E-N, Sandick, S-A-N-D-I-C-K, Gutierrez, Archaga, A-R-C-H-A-G-A. There's to be 120 hours community service restitution. I'm going to ask for intensive parenting classes. And once that's completed, the community service hours will be satisfied. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's $57 restitution to Bexar County Lab for testing. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Probation, if you want to count the field visits as her reporting, you can. Probation, is there anything else she needs?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendants' Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. You're gonna have to start being a better parent to your children. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. You'll be excused.
Yes. Patrick Vargas, are we ready on that?
We're ready, Judge.
Okay. All right, so what is the update, counsel?
I'll wait for the state to get here, Judge, but I've given them a copy of the federal court docket that confirms that Patrick Vargas is in custody, was sentenced to 54 months on March 17th, 2023. I think the state's gonna follow up with BOP to find out where he's located and to check if they're going to bring him to court or bench warrant him. Yes.
All right, I'm gonna give you all a 30-day reset. This is the last reset for the federal issue since that's been taken care of.
That's fine.
Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset on Vargas for 30 days. All right, we're gonna come back on a 24th of April.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perfecto Escobedo. Is the attorney here for Perfecto Escobedo?
Over there.
All right, as soon as he comes in, we'll take it up. Wayne Wellbacher. Stephen Wayne, okay. All right, counsel, we're here for discovery. Where are we in discovery?
Well, I think I have it. I've been the lawyer for a little over a month. I
Okay,
came last time, the day before I had filed for appearance. I do have discovery. I assume it's all. I believe it is all. I want to file a motion to suppress.
okay.
So I need it. You can either give me a setting for the motion and I'll file it or I'll.
Well,
file it,
is
we'll come
this,
back.
is this motion going to be dispositive or no?
If you granted it, will be.
So I'll take that as a no. So has an offer been tendered?
It doesn't believe there has.
I don't think there's been an offer.
All right, are you ready to prepare to tender an offer in today's state?
We can do an offer today, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, I'm gonna need a plea deadline date. 3 weeks is enough time?
That's fine for that. That'd be fine. And I'll file my motion. I guess I'll come back and get a court date for the motion.
Oh, we're gonna carry it with trial.
Okay.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, if I can have a plea deadline date? All right, April 20th.
April 20th, okay.
Yes,
In the court, when do we come back on, what's the reset date?
April 20th.
Okay, that'll be the plea deadline. Okay.
Yes, and Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form
And I'll get,
and the state will give you an offer.
after they give the offer, can we be excused?
Yes, after you sign the reset form.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfecto Escobedo.
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning. So what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, we have a plea offer and request. One reset could be the plea deadline and the trial date. We're gonna go over videos to make sure he understands everything that's going on.
All right, how long would you expect this jury trial?
2 to 3 days, Judge?
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date on Escobedo. Are you okay on bringing this back the 17th or no?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, April 17th is your jury trial date and plea deadline date.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we
Thank
be
you.
excused after we sign the paper?
Yes. All right, and counsel, let your client know he's not to be late again.
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
Who's here on Jesse N.O.? Good morning. So an offer was tendered. Where are we on this case?
Judge, we conveyed the offer to my client. My client's reject the offer.
All right, how long are you expecting this trial?
3 to 4 days.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, family violence, 3 to 4 days, jury trial date. All right, April 17th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a jury trial reset form.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Robert Luna. Court is calling 2022 CR 6639, State of Texas versus Robert Lee Luna. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason, Gary, hang on.
Defense?
Will Brooks for Mr. Luna.
All right.
Hold on, Judge.
Oh, okay. All right, and are you Mr. Luna?
Yes, ma'am.
We're here for sentencing. You entered a plea of no contest on February 2nd. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 6 years. There's a $1,500 fine and the state opposes your application. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
Any objections to the PSI report, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any witnesses state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Judge, if I may, I'd like to call for the defendant and his mother, and I'd like to start out with his mother's, Miss Joanne Sandoval. If I may.
All right, Ms. Sandoval. All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna need you to speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's good. Can you state your name for the record?
Joanne Sandoval.
All right, defense?
Morning, Miss Sandoval.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes,
You ever done anything like this before?
no,
Okay, that's okay. You know why we're here today, correct?
yes,
And essentially, judge has a decision to make as to whether to grant Robert probation or send him to prison for a number of years, correct? Can you tell me a little bit about Robert's upbringing?
I've been a single parent ever since. Robert has a love, he's just a lovable kid, since he was small. His dad was never in the picture, so I was mom and dad.
All right, everybody in the box, you all are gonna have to whisper, and people in the audience, please whisper, because we are on the record.
I was a mom and dad for him. He never had a father figure. So and it was hard for me to try and talk to him as a dad, and a mom.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but what was the situation with his father?
I think his father had been a drug addict ever since, never in the picture. Recently, I want to say like 6 months before he passed, he came into Robert's life, but it was already too late. Robert was already grown. With no father figure, just whatever I had to tell him that it was good, bad, and me being a mom, I don't know too many about what men do think or what. So it was a rough upbringing for him, Couldn't come to me with man thing because he's a man and I'm a woman.
Now, let me ask you this. Have you been in Robert's life consistently up to today?
Up until today.
And that would include when he's been to the federal penitentiary before, correct?
Yes, I've always been by his side.
And, he's made some bad decisions in the past, correct?
Very bad, yes.
Okay. What he's pled to in this case, possessing a firearm, correct?
Yes,
And were you upset at him about this?
very upset, yes.
Why is that?
Oh, he had no reason to be out. He had no reason to be out there.
Where should he have been?
He should be home.
Why is that?
The kids, he has a responsibility of being at home with us. There's 3 little ones involved. I'm a heart patient, and it's just a constant reminder he needs just to stay home and take care of the family.
And since being arrested for this charge, have you seen any changes in Robert?
A lot, very, very much.
What types of changes?
Thinks twice before he does anything. He'll ask me, we talk, and now he talks a lot more now than he will.
Is he making better decisions these days?
Yes,
How so?
everything. He has an 11-year-old, and he talks to him now. He makes sure he knows what's good, what's bad. Before it was just like, okay, it's just kids, but now he's like really in there. He's got a brand new baby, and he's trying to learn how to change pampers and feed, and he's been good.
Would you like to see Judge grant probation for him?
Yes, I would.
In your opinion, do you think he can be successful?
Oh, yes.
No further questions, Judge. I'll pass the witness at this time.
Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, I just have a few questions if there are no objections.
No objection.
All right, thank you so much for coming. I'm looking at your son's history. And I'm assuming you've always been in his life, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you notice any changes after he had the federal case in regards to firearms?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Judge, I'd like to call the defendant if I may.
All right, you can raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm a testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Luna.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Judge. Robert, you know the judge has a decision to make, correct?
Yes, sir.
By all accounts, she should send you to prison based on the history. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And tell me why you want this court to grant you probation.
Well, I would love to be granted probation just due to the fact I have a lot of responsibilities, which all of us do. I have a newborn daughter. We learn how to change her diapers because feel awkward changing a girl's diaper. So I'm learning that. And just basically I can teach my son right from wrong. I mean, a lot of us make bad decisions and we get incarcerated. And it's kind of hard to teach our children from behind walls because like how my mom said, it's kind of hard, like a single mom, to control an average male nowadays. You know, there's so much social media and everything gets destroyed.
Robert. You know, you made a decision that night, correct?
I made a bad decision.
Whose fault is that?
That's my fault.
Where should you have been?
I should have been at home with my son. At that moment, I had a newborn son and I just had a newborn daughter. She's about to be 2 months on the 8th of April.
And in the past, you've had probation for a felony offense.
Yes, sir.
correct? And is that a state offense or federal offense?
It was a state offense.
And did you complete that successfully?
Yes, sir.
And did you also have federal supervised release?
Yes, sir.
And did you complete that successfully?
Yes, sir.
I'll ask the names.
State.
Yes, you were caught with a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you have that gun?
It was in my vehicle in the glove compartment. At the time and moment, leaving the bar, I had no acknowledgement that it was in there. It was in there with the female that I was dating at the moment. I didn't know that she had it in there. As I reversed, they stopped the vehicle. It claimed ownership of my car, which claims ownership of what's ever in there, and that's where we're at today, sir.
So pled no contest to this, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're saying that you didn't have any knowledge of this gun at all?
Everyone, please whisper.
At first, I didn't. I mean, I didn't know she brought it. She had told me that she was, but I did not know completely. But I still take full responsibility because it is my vehicle, and I knew better to double check on any circumstances that anybody comes in my vehicle because of my past history and things that I have going on in my life.
No further questions, John.
All right, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have a newborn daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
How old is she?
She's gonna be 2 months on on April 8th.
And you have a newborn son?
He's 16 months.
All right. I'm assuming are these different people or the same?
No,
people?
the same mother.
Okay, because when you said newborn, I thought it was the same. Okay.
No, I have 6 boys, two with her that she has separate, 4 of my own, and then our daughter, so she's our new addition.
All right. Any other questions?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Judge, not at this time.
All right. Any other witnesses?
No, Judge, just arguments.
All right, court will hear argument.
Your Honor, in respect to the criminal history, certainly he's been sent to prison before. No question about that, Judge. In reviewing that criminal history, though, and the matrix of it, it's not as significant as many of my clients at this juncture, at this stage, Your Honor. He did have a deferred adjudication, I believe, for a theft case, which he completed. And then the federal arrests and cases that he pled and accepted responsibility for appear to be contemporaneous from the PSI, Your Honor. As far as his upbringing, Judge, his mother raised him. It appears the father had suffered from heroin addiction, would do things like take their property, pawn it. So unfortunately, I think that's difficult in of itself, but some of these criminal behaviors get imprinted on young person's minds. I think he has a desire and a willingness to change, Judge. Certainly, we're asking you to take a chance on him. I know at first glance, there's no reason you should give this individual probation, but I'd ask the court to consider that. In respect to his family, Judge, he himself, he said 6 children, but I think he's taking responsibility from his current partners, some of her children. He has 4 kids. He pays child support for the oldest of those children, Judge. And then The other ones live with him currently, so they're in his custody, care and control. The PSI indicates he's not gang related or affiliated, Judge, which is something, given that he's been to the penitentiary before. I think that's important. He meets the criteria for both alcohol and cannabis abuse, Judge. We talked a bit about that. Although he doesn't view that as a problem, I do know. Anything, even marijuana, can be something that's an addiction and something for us to turn to. So I would ask the court to consider that and consider his need for treatment. It's something that hasn't been tried before in the past. Previously, I think for the theft case, and I know for the federal situation, didn't undergo any form of treatment for that type of addiction, if it is such, Your Honor. If the court's not inclined to grant this application, Judge, I would simply ask the court to consider coming underneath that cap and assessing an appropriate punishment. It was a terrible decision, a bad situation. We talked at length about when you have young family, the last place you need to be is out at night with the gun in the car. So that's my request, Judge, and that's George's request.
All right, state.
State's just relying on the PSI and the prior history of the accused in this case, Your Honor.
All right, the court will find you guilty. Court will send you to prison. Give you credit for any time served, $1,500 fine, time and money run concurrent. And the court will sentence you to 2 years prison. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. You're the only person, well, you're the second person who's been able to do that. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. I want to let you know that I did listen to your mother's testimony. I did listen to your defense counsel in the state. I did take into consideration in sentencing you that you have young children. I know you may think this is the end, but your children will still be in the toddler age once you are released. And you need to start making better decisions when you have a chance and there are no consequences. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yes. Who's here on Joshua Mejia? Thank you. Always good seeing you. And you are always dating things. I appreciate that. You're awesome.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Who's here on Joshua Mejia? Is the attorney here on Joshua Mejia? All right, we'll go on to the next. Victor Del Toro. All right, if Mr. Victor Del Toro can come forward.
Judge, that's my client from Laredo and he's on Zoom or should be on Zoom, Your Honor.
Is this Joshua's iPad?
I don't know, Judge.
That one might be somebody from the jail, Judge, on the iPad.
I have Hernandez from the jail. And is that Miss Burks? Okay, can you ask her to zoom in? And ask her to call the prosecutor so they can confer.
That's my client, Judge.
All right. Where are we on this case?
Judge, I've conferred with the state and they have provided me with an offer. I just need to discuss it with my client.
All right, the offer was given on February 28th, and today is the plea deadline date.
Well, Judge, what the issue was is that we were gonna try to do pretrial diversion, and so I provided the state with some documents that we had talked about, and I found out today that they're not gonna offer him that, and so I need to discuss the actual other offer, I guess, the real offer now with my client. So.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, on Mr. Del Toro, if we're gonna recall this, can we do the second week in April? What date?
I can do the 11.
All right, so we're going to come back on April 11th. Mr. Del Toro, that's going to be your plea deadline date, and you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer after that date. The court will not consider any offers without good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to appear. Otherwise you have the plea open to the court. Do you understand? You're muted.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And your client can appear by Zoom for that date.
Thank you, Judge.
And Judge, will you take the plea by,
Yes, we can do it by Zoom.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You're welcome. Yes, I do. Yes.
So, we actually don't have the complaining witness for the bond reduction hearing.
Okay.
She was just not informed. So-
Okay, so what we'll do is we can reset it.
Well, he's coming up on April 10th. So.
You want to just put it on the 10th?
Right, because it's already set for the time.
Okay, all right, we'll see you on April 10th then.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your patience. Hi. All right. And if we could have Stacy Cross. Where is Stacy Cross?
He's not here, Judge.
All right, what's the client's name?
Farrar.
All right, Counselor, if you could let him know who the person is and if you can speak to them because his defense attorney wants to withdraw.
What if it's true? Okay.
Yes, so if you could talk to him, there appears to be some issue. Michael Durone. Michael Durone, is the attorney here for Michael Durone? All right. Robert Uridalis. The attorney for Robert Uridalis. Okay.
But he is conferred and with the state, he is asking for a 2-week reset for him to pay some restitution on a misdemeanor case. And if that happens, I believe the agreement is to withdraw the MPR.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a 2-week reset on Robert Uridalis? All right, that'll be April 10th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Yes. All right, let me see him up. Can you have them pull the file? Darius Torres. All right, Mr. Torres, you followed through on what I asked you to do.
Yes, ma'am.
So you made correct choices. So you are due to expire. So I won't extend you. So I will not extend you. And so you will expire on April 2nd.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions?
Hello.
What have you learned from this experience?
Make better choices and think about my family before I do something.
Yes. All right. And I'll just check this off. Or do you want to send it to me through email?
It'll, whenever I get it on the 2nd,
Okay.
unless you want to do it as an early term. I mean,
Well, it's up to you all. State. Mr. Torres is on probation for possession less than a gram.
Yes, Judge.
I ordered him to do certain things for the court, which was do community service hours, take a drug test. Probation is informing that drug test is negative. He's due to expire on April 2nd. Would you all like to early term him?
That'll be fine with us, Judge.
There you go.
Thank you.
Follow the rules. Good things happen. All right, if you'll just send that to me and I'll sign it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you be?
Yes. Ms. Hernandez, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with your attorney. It's Deborah Burke. So I'll move you both to breakout room number 1. Judah Castilla. Who's the attorney for Judah Castilla? And then Ms. Eccles, your client out here?
Yes, he is.
All right, after I finish this, I'll take that case up. Just have them pull the file. Court is calling 2022 CR 7206, State of Texas versus Judah Castillo. Can I have the parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
Defense?
Charlie Cisneros.
Are you Mr. Castillo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case?
Have Your Honor.
And did you review that with your client?
I did.
And let me just make sure there's an acknowledgement in the file. Did you all sign an acknowledgement of discovery? Because I don't,
I thought we had before, but I did not do one today.
all right, because I don't have one in the file.
But yes, they've given me all the discovery, Your Honor.
All right,
We'll sign it here in a second.
all right, thank you. Mr. Castillo, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we are proceeding on count 2 and we'll waive the remaining counts.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense in count 2 of indecency with a child by contact? Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication? Thank you. If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent, was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe he was, Your Honor.
Mr. Castilla, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on count 2? They're recommending deferred adjudication and chapter 62 registration. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? Is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, off the record. Excuse me. This is not fun time. You all are not allowed to communicate with each other. Do you understand? That's either yes or no. All right, if there's talking in the box between inmates in the box or with you, with people in the audience, what's going to end up happening is you're going to get sent back and maybe we'll see you next year. Does everybody understand? All right, we're back on the record. Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? Oh, I'm sorry, where was I?
The only items that can be filled are written pretrial motions.
Thank you. Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for 7 years. There be no contact with the complainant, tap and evaluation, and follow all recommendations. And of course, you'll be in the sex offender unit. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, we have the state's exhibit number 1 and all attached.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand today that the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. All right. State, are we proceeding on sentencing?
We'd like to proceed today, Your Honor.
All right, so what is the reasoning behind this offer, State?
Your Honor, the defense and I have been conferring for a while, and there are certain issues that came about in our negotiations where the end result is, I believe that this agreement is the best result for all parties involved.
All right, and is the complainant aware of this? And is the complainant's family aware of this?
Yeah.
All right, are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are you staying with?
I stay with my grandmother and my girlfriend.
Children in that household?
Ma'am.
And is that girlfriend the same mother who's in this case or someone different?
Somebody different.
Is she expecting a child or no? All right, this is what the court will do. Court will sentence you to 7 years deferred adjudication. There's to be no contact with minors. There's to be Chapter 62 registration. Sex offender unit. I can't give you community service hours because there's no community service hours that will accept community service hours from you or that will allow you to work your community service hours. I'm going to do regular UAs, regular reporting, field visits, and I know they do field visits, but can you make sure that they don't have any children in the household? All right, thank you. And we'll do field visits 2 times per month. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Probation, is there anything else? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
I'm sorry.
Do you need anything else from the court to be successful?
Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Child Court Certification of Defendant Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I'm sorry, I saw in the police report, do you have a child?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to want CPS compliance if applicable. All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
No.
All right, if there's something that is not being addressed with probation, you need to let the court know. And I know you know, or you should know, that there is to be no internet access without permission. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if there's nothing else, probation will go over conditions with you.
I find a couple of questions.
Yes. And we're still on the record.
Mr. Castillo, I have explained to you the difference between deferred adjudication and probation.
All right, y'all need to whisper. Yes.
And on the deferred adjudication, as I explained to you, and correct me if I'm wrong. I told you that on deferred adjudication, if you successfully complete the probationary period, your probation would be, your case would be dismissed, correct? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you have to continue to register for the rest of your life.
Yes, sir.
But I also told you, did I not, that if you don't successfully complete the probationary period, like Her Honor told you, that you could be sentenced up to 20 years in the penitentiary, even though we've agreed to a 7-year probationary term.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're okay with that, like the way Judge ordered?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
All right, Ms. Burke, who is your client is Hernandez. Could I see the file on Hernandez, please?
Judge, I'm still ready whenever the court's ready.
All right, I'll take that up right after I get her off of Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, Angel Hernandez.
All right, can I see the file on Angel Hernandez? And what is your client's name? Okay.
Before you get started, may I ask you a quick question?
Angel, well, maybe Angela Hernandez. Yes.
Quick question. I have a case that was set for today on Mr. Rodolfo Aceves, and I've spoken to the prosecutor. They're supposed to call me today or no later than Wednesday about a plea offer. May we be excused on that case?
Just give me one moment because
Yes,
I
ma'am.
need the file pulled.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I forgot.
No problem. Angelina Hernandez. All right. Vince,
Yes,
where are
Your
we on
Honor.
this case?
I filed a motion to set
Okay, and
bond.
that's scheduled. Is the motion to set bond the April 10th or are you doing it today?
You scheduled it for today
Okay,
at 10 o'clock and I did join Zoom at 10, but nobody let me out of the waiting room.
all right. Just give me a moment.
Okay,
Mejia?
the motion should be in your file.
Okay. Mejia, could you pull the file
And
on?
Ruben is the prosecutor.
All right, just one second.
It may be up there already. Judge.
I have Mejia.
Okay.
All right, and Mejia is the co-defendant, correct?
Correct, Judge, and we're working on discovery.
Okay, let me see what date. Who is the co-defendant, please?
Oscar Martinez, I think you gave May the 4th.
Let me
For
see.
his date, but I have a civil jury trial that's going to last 2 days on May 4th and 5th.
All right, so what we'll do is. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Mejia. Can we do discovery the week of May 8th, please? All right, so discovery May 8th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Email me if anything.
All right, who is the person on Angelina Hernandez, the prosecutor?
Ruben Herrera.
Court is calling 2023 CR 2679. Excuse me, please don't talk behind the court reporter. State of Texas versus Angelina Hernandez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Ruben Herrera for the state.
Defense?
Deborah Stanton Burke for Ms. Hernandez.
And are you Angelina Hernandez? Are you Angelina Hernandez?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're proceeding by video. Any objection from the state?
No objections, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Hernandez, do you have any objections with this hearing taking place by video? May you speak, would you speak up, please? Do you have any objections? All right, here's the thing, Ms. Hernandez, you're gonna have to speak louder than what you're speaking. Otherwise, this case will be reset and you will be brought over to appearing court. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the defense has filed a motion to set bond. State, are you in agreement on a bond amount or no?
We are not, Your Honor.
All right, defense, do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor, but I think the state was recommending 20,000. Am I correct, Mr. Herrera?
That is correct.
We will accept the 20, Your Honor. We agree.
All right, so what is her criminal history?
I can have 1 second.
Not much, if anything. I'm on it. I'm willing to say there's nothing.
Your Honor, there is this violation of protective order that is pending, no other history. This does arise out of an assault bodily injury with the same complainant. That case has since been closed.
All right, that case has been closed.
It's been,
And is there a reason
yes,
for that?
Your Honor, I believe.
yes,
it
the
was-
complainant.
All right, just a moment. Is there a reason that case was closed?
The complainant waived prosecution in that case, Your Honor. In this case, it does involve the same complainant and there is an injury, a substantial injury alleged in this case. That's the reason why we're attempting to decide if we are going to be proceeding with the prosecution without the complainant.
Because the complainant filed a waiver in this case also.
That is correct. We are just awaiting EMS records to determine that.
All right, anything else from either side?
Nothing from the state.
All right, I'm setting your bond at $30,000. There's to be no contact with the complainant. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's to be no contact with the complainant. And I'm gonna order GPS full. Ask that the
lives
fees be waived or
Okay.
there be partial fee, waived or deferred.
Okay, because she lives at Haven for Hope in the Thrive unit, Thrive Youth Center at Haven for Hope.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you give me a 30-day reset on this case, please? Are you able to show up on the 10th, Ms. Burke?
Of April?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, I have it on my calendar.
All right, so she said April 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
May I be
welcome.
excused?
Yes, and Norma, you can tell
And-
them Ms. Hernandez can go back.
And Ms. Hernandez, I'll contact Thrive for you. Thank you, Your Honor. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. All right, is Victor Ramirez in custody or on bond? All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall this for next week? And Deputy Laura, will you let him know his attorney is in jury trial? All right. All right, who is here on Jacqueline Wallace? All right, thank you. Court is calling 2020 CR 3725B, State of Texas versus Jacqueline Wallace. Can I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state, for the defense?
Confidence for Ms. Wallace.
And are you Jacqueline Wallace?
Yes.
All right, you entered a plea. And let me find the plea paperwork. All right, you entered a plea on March 30th to the offense of aggravated robbery. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at 7 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding and the state is remaining silent. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Any objections to the PSI report?
No objections. Some clarifications we'll make as we proceed.
All right, state or defense, any witnesses?
Yes, Judge. I'd like to call Jamie Pena, who is my client's brother.
All right, Jamie Pena. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Jamie Pena.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Judge. Jamie, go ahead and explain to the judge who you are.
The older brother of Jacqueline Wallace. We grew up together. Our mother was the sole caretaker of us.
What do you do for a living?
I manage restaurants. Right now, I'm gonna start a new resort restaurants down in Quintero.
I can't hear you.
In La Quintero, running a restaurant, being a restaurant manager.
Are you very nervous to be here?
Very nervous. My heart's palpitating. No reason whatsoever.
Well, this is obviously very serious because it involves your sister and the possibility of her going to prison. And so you have every right to be nervous. Let's talk about childhood. You mentioned your mother. Was your mother a perfect parent?
Not necessarily. She went through a lot of tribulations and had her problems with alcohol and drugs and whatnot.
What sorts of problems was she an alcoholic?
Yeah.
Was she a drug addict?
Yeah.
Were these things that you guys as children saw?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't keep it hidden or anything like that?
She tried, but as well as anybody that's had problems, she couldn't always.
Was it difficult as children to deal with your mother having these issues?
Yeah, of course, we loved her, but didn't know how to react when we saw things.
Do you think that, well, let's fast forward a little bit. Your sister, how many children does she have?
5.
And roughly what are their ages?
From 3 to 17. 3, 6, I believe, 13, 15, and 17.
And is your sister involved in their lives?
She was before she was incarcerated, yes.
And she's been in custody now for about 14 or 15 months?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about what if the judge has a very important decision to make, and that is, do I send Jacqueline to prison or do I place her on deferred adjudication probation?
I believe she needs to be there for her kids. Her kids are definitely spread out all over the place too, or I don't even know, are unaccounted for. The middle one is with a friend's family in Beeville, and the 2 younger are with the father's family. They definitely need their parents. The second to Otis is.
Let me interrupt you for just a second. So the 5 children are with various friends and family members, right? And Jacqueline had them all prior to being arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, is CPS involved with any of them right now?
Like that, I know.
Because they're not. CPS is not involved. Now, you come to learn some of the facts of this case, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you know the complainant named Renee?
Briefly, I didn't know him thoroughly.
Was your sister supporting him?
She was.
Was he ever working?
He was not.
Was he kind of worthless?
Very much so.
All right. And how is your sister supporting the family?
She said she would get odd jobs here and there, and then I know she had some financial support from her dad, and he recently passed away.
So
That's out of the picture as well.
I'd also like to talk to you in the past, a few years back, your sister did have a substance problem, didn't she?
She did.
What substance was that?
I believe it was
Methamphetamine.
methamphetamine.
And in fact, her behavior changed quite a bit, didn't it?
She became more distant and lost a lot of weight. And for the most part, that was all that brought it to my attention.
And she would kind of avoid family holidays and things like that.
Kept her distance.
So have you had much contact with your sister since she's been locked up for this long period of time?
Yeah, I get calls pretty often.
Does she seem remorseful?
Early. Like she has a lot of knots in her throat when we talk. I know she misses her kids. I know she misses everything about our family.
Is she sorry for what she's done?
For sure. She didn't even know how bad nobody knows how bad she feels other than her. But we definitely showed them when we talk.
And do you think if the judge was kind enough to place her on deferred adjudication, that she would follow the rules of the judge and of the court?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the judge?
I don't know how to put into words other than I know people make bad choices. I know everyone has their own, choice to make. I know her kids really miss her. I know her, like she's my little sister. She's never had a violent bone in her body. So when I heard this, definitely shocked, definitely not in her nature. So I'm definitely lost in this situation because I don't even see this in her path. So when they asked me to be here, I had to be here because I just know it's just not her nature to be in that area of life.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll pass it.
Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, just one question.
Oh,
According to the PSI report, she's gang affiliated. Were you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
and then Jacqueline, I'll call my client as a witness.
Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so the court reporter could hear. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Jacqueline Wallace.
All right, state. I'm
Let's
sorry,
follow-
defense.
Sure. Let's
I'm
follow
used
up
to you
with-
being the state.
Let's follow up with what the judge was just asking your brother about gang affiliation. Where did the sheriff's office come up with this?
I believe it was a past boyfriend that I was dating, like he's gang affiliated, and they just associated me with him.
Have you ever been in a gang?
No,
Have you ever participated in gang activity?
no, never.
All right. So you heard your brother talking. Was that a little emotional for you?
Yes, I'm holding back my tears right now. Yes.
Now, let's sort of talk about things. Would you agree with what he was talking about with regard to your mother?
Yes.
Did you have a difficult childhood?
Yes, I did.
Your mother had some mental health issues, some
Yes.
substance issues,
Yes, she did.
and it's not to blame her for your problems, but maybe your childhood wasn't the easiest.
No, I was left to take care of her. I saw a lot that I shouldn't have seen.
And you continued to care for her up until the end of her life, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you staying with her?
Yes, I was.
And you were helping care for her, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Up until she died about 4 years ago.
Yes,
Let's talk about your children. Obviously, you're close to your children, aren't you?
yes, very close.
And they're not in CPS custody right now or anything?
No, not at all.
And the goal for you would be to hopefully get out, get a job, get your children back, you establish an apartment wherever you're going to be living and have your children back. Correct?
Definitely, yes.
Now, this is a very serious offense that you pled guilty to,
Yes.
right? And we've gone through the PSI together and we're talking about how one complainant seems very forgiving and the other one, your ex-boyfriend, seems to be being kind of stern about this, I guess.
Yes,
Were you supporting him prior to this?
yes, I was.
Was he cheating on you?
Yes, he was.
Is that what enraged you?
Yes, definitely.
Is that what led to this whole event?
That's exactly what led to this event, yes.
So you don't normally go around beating people up?
No, never.
You don't normally go around getting into people's apartments or houses?
No, never.
And Was he ever working or anything like that?
No, never.
How were you supporting him?
I was working for a temp agency called Infinity for catering. That's what I was doing.
Okay, so you were working with a catering company?
Yes.
All right. What would you like to tell the judge today about your life, this case, your future, anything like that?
I do want to say that I'm very sorry for what I did. I never intended it to get as bad as it did. I know that I should have handled things a lot differently. And I was just very upset. I was angry. I was enraged. I don't know how else to explain it, but I'm very sorry for what I did.
Jacqueline, has this 15 months you've been locked up been hard on you?
Yes, very. It's hard to be away from my kids. This is the longest I've ever been apart from my children.
Will you comply with any terms that the judge would impose if she was nice enough to give you the deferred adjudication?
Yes, definitely.
Would you, you'll show up at any appointments they make you go to? You'll go to any sort of mental health treatment or classes or anything like that?
Yes, I'll do everything I'm supposed to do.
And what is your goal? Whenever you get out, what is your goal?
My goal is to get a stable job and provide a home for my kids, myself.
Is there anything else you want to tell the judge?
Just again that I'm sorry for the offense that I committed.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. The state has some questions. Ms. Wallace, who is Juan Rotana?
He is the father of my youngest two kids.
And where was Juan Rotana on the day of this incident?
He was there with me.
Okay, so why did you tell the PSI officer that you acted alone?
I don't remember telling the PSI officer that.
No. Okay, so the PSI, on page number 9, I point the court to page 9 of the PSI. The PSI officer put in quotations. I was in a relationship with Renee. I just caught him cheating on me with Margie. I went in with my key and she was standing there in the living room wearing my lingerie. Me and her fought and he came out of the room and we fought too. That's pretty much it. They said there was other people there, but there wasn't.
Because they said there was like 4 or 5 people there and there wasn't. It was just us two.
It was just you and Juan Rotana?
Yes.
You understand that on February 3rd, when you took the plea, you took a plea saying he was in fact a codependent,
Yes.
and that's your testimony today.
Yes, ma'am.
No questions.
Any other questions?
No, nothing further, Judge.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm a little confused here. Juan Rotana,
Yes.
that's your person you were in a relationship with.
We were together for 7 years prior to the relationship with Renee. Yes.
All right. So you take Juan Rotana, or he goes over to this location with the person you say that has been cheating on you,
Yes.
and you bring him with you.
Yes.
And that's a person that you were in a relationship with
Yes.
In the past.
In the
in the
past.
past. All right. Okay, is there anything else?
Just argument, Judge.
All right, court will hear argument.
Sure. Judge, obviously, she has been locked up for a long, long time, and she's still a very young woman. She's only 36 years old. Her children are some of them are very young, and the others are just getting into their mid to late teens. It's very important for any child to have their parents in the family are available and around them. And Jacqueline, unfortunately, has been locked up for over a year, having to deal with this. She understands the wrong that she has done. She has admitted to the court that she has done wrong. She has been very apologetic about what happened. the main thing for her is if there is a chance that the court could craft some sort of deferred adjudication to satisfy the needs of both society and my client and her family, that would be very wonderful. I think my client has learned her lesson. I think she obviously acted out in a way on that day that was inappropriate and got her arrested and was very serious. And thank goodness it wasn't worse. But I think she's had a lot of time to reflect on things. She's had a lot of times to suffer being away from her children. And because of all that, I think she has been punished to a large degree with the 15 months she's been in. She will continue to be punished if you do place her on probation because she'll have to comply with any and all terms that you impose. We would just hope that based upon what you've heard and what you see in the PSI, that you would agree that deferred adjudication can solve or satisfy all the needs of all the different interests that you're thinking about right now.
Maybe somebody can explain this to the court. I never understood. If you're in a relationship with someone, in this case, you're in a relationship with a guy and he cheats on you, why are we always attacking the female who owes you no sense of loyalty? Why is that?
She knew that me and him were in a relationship.
Yes, but she's not in a relationship with you, so she owes you zero loyalty. So I'm trying to figure out, why would you attack her? She owes you zero. She's not in a relationship with you. She owes you zero loyalty. So of course, I don't think anybody should be attacking anyone. My motto is, if somebody cheats on you, you either make a decision. Either you're going to stay with the person who's cheating on you and get over that, or either you're going to say this relationship is over. But still, what I don't understand is when you have females or either males who are in relationships with someone, and the person who owes them loyalty, who says they're in love with them, cheats on them, they always attack the female or whoever it may be who owes zero loyalty. So regardless of whether she knew you were in a relationship with him, why would you attack her? I don't understand. Help me understand why you would attack someone who has absolutely nothing to do with you.
Your Honor, there's really no explanation for my action. Like I said, I was just in a rage and she was there, so it just happened.
Passion is a very powerful thing, Judge, and unfortunately, a lot of people come before you that have committed crimes as a result of that. And it's not that there's a good explanation for it, but sometimes our emotions get the better of us, unfortunately. And Jacqueline understands now how worthless Renee really was for her, and what a drain on her he really was. And so to get herself locked up for 15 months over this guy has been especially painful for her.
All right, so the complainant in the case says her medical expenses are $2,000. Is there any objection to that 2,000?
No. We would object to Renee's discussion. He wasn't able to provide any documentation or anything to the probation officer.
All right, well, what I can tell you is I personally have a lot to think about. I was thinking one way, but it's sort of been changed based upon what the complainant is saying. It appears that the complainant is saying that she wrote you a letter saying that she forgives you and she is sorry if she ever did anything to hurt you. She knows you're the mother of 5 children and you've already been in jail for a year. She believes the father of the children is in jail also. So I was leaning towards one way. I'm going to need to think about this a little bit. So what we're going to do is, Ms. Ferguson, can we bring this case back on Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll make my decision on Monday.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Wallace?
Mark Salcedo,
Yes, Your Honor, it's Roger Salcedo, or is it?
Mark Anthony Salcedo.
My apologies.
That's okay. Who's the attorney? All right, what, okay, on this, the state was to contact the complainant.
Yes, Your Honor, and not being able to contact the complainant, and I believe it's, I did mention the defense counsel, and I think at this point, just to push it to a trial or a trial setting or whatever we'd like to call that.
Okay,
I signed a discovery acknowledgement this morning, Your Honor, so we could get a trial setting. If they
All
can't
right.
find her, we need to just fish or cut bait.
And we're just doing our due diligence, Your Honor, to try
Yeah.
to make sure we reached out 2 other times.
all right, so here's the court's question, because we could put this on the trial docket. But if if I give you some more time and then there's no issue, something will happen? Or do we
Something-
need a
if
trial
you put it on
setting?
the trial docket, something will happen either way.
All right,
That-
all right.
That's what the status position is.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, how much time are you asking state to put this on the trial docket?
I don't even know, 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can we recall this back in 2 weeks for a jury trial setting, please? It'll be the week of the 10th. All right,
Perfect. I don't have anything that day.
all right, April 11th, your jury trial date.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
So how's everything going?
Very, very good.
Oh, awesome.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
All right, Mark.
Roger Salcedo. All right, this is contact the complainant as well.
Hold there.
One moment, okay.
Right here. I believe on this, but I've just spoke with Ms. Gonzalez. Great, Ed, I think it's the attorney.
Yes, Your Honor, we conferred. It's my understanding, so Ms. Franklin is the attorney of record on this case. She was feeling ill this morning, so we thought it was best that I would be here since I was already here for another hearing. I did confer with the state this morning. They did tender me an offer that is different than I think what Ms. Franklin have
Okay,
been discussing, so we'd like a reset, so Ms. Franklin continue conferring with the client.
And the complainant has been contacted.
okay, awesome. So let me give a plea deadline date. How much time are you all asking for?
I guess 30 days.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a 30-day reset for a plea deadline date?
Yeah, it's the 24th.
April 24th.
April 24th, okay.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and then your excuse.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Lawrence Walker. The attorney for Lawrence Walker. Oh, no, who's the attorney for Lawrence Walker? Come forward. Court is calling 2020 CR 3146, State of Texas versus Lawrence Walker. Can I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett.
Defense,
Joe Stenberg.
are you Lawrence Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision, and state's motion to supplement pending motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Mr. Garehan, do you need the? All right. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you the same Lawrence Walker who was placed on deferred adjudication in cause number 2020 CR 3146 for the offense of theft of service $2,500 to $30,000 on August 3rd, 2021 for a period of 4 years? Is that you?
No.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 5 in Dare County, Texas, the defendant Lawrence A. Walker did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of September and October 2021 in violation condition number 5.
How do you plead that? True or not true?
That's true.
Okay,
Say, I'm sorry, was that true?
true.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, we'll waive the remaining violated conditions.
All right, any objections to the state's waivers?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Walker, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
Judge, I'm sorry, could I just confirm
Yes.
with defense counsel?
Yes, it's They're gonna have intensive supervision. Let me figure that.
Is it what they recommended? And Your Honor, I'm just gonna confer with the. Okay.
Thank
And
you.
on the record, Judge, sorry about that. The agreement is to deny the motion to adjudicate guilt, continue the individual on his deferred and include intensive or ISP supervision if he qualifies, and weekly reporting, weekly UAs for 60 days. And a moral platonic,
Yes, MRT.
yes, there you go.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you
you.
very much for that help.
Sure.
Apologize for the.
Oh, no, I do that all the time with MRT. Mr. Walker, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record, please.
Lawrence Anthony Walker.
All right, Mr. Walker, why are you having problems with community supervision? What's going on?
I really didn't understand it at first, but when I got out the first time I was in for over about 30 days. When I went home to nothing, I didn't have a place to live. I mean, I lost everything. My house was foreclosed, my car was repoed, my family had moved. And I recently, me and my wife, we worked things out, and I'm here today and with them, they're gonna help me get through this. And I have a support system in the plan. And I'm just trying to win the respect of my family back, because I have 4 children.
Okay, so here's my question. I see that there was restitution to CPS, but there was never any restitution amount requested. So is there no restitution in this amount?
Well, my lawyer said it was.
Just 1 second.
Your Honor, let me check, please.
Because it appears this is about, I guess, taking services from CPS electricity,
Yes.
not during the winter storm, but. And Ms. Ferguson, how much time does he have in at the jail? All right, any restitution?
Your Honor, it appears we sent out a letter on the 1st of September of 2021. There's no letters scanned back in the system as any kind of response from that.
All right, Mr. Walker, I can follow the agreement that you have, or either I can find you guilty, sentence you under 1244 to the 60, how many days, please? 68 days. What do you wish to do? And with the sentence of 68 days, you will be done with this probation.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
You want to explain that to him?
Well, I think I'd like to discuss with him that, because before he said he did not want that. He'd rather continue.
All right, if you'll discuss that with him and then we'll come back. All right, thank you. Renee Torres.
President, Your Honor, Mr. Torrance on bond judge. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
All right.
We're requesting a 30-day reset in this case, Your Honor, to pay the monies, the fines. He's got 9 months to go. And he took the parenting class. He did not successfully complete it by score, Judge, but he did take the test. So he's going to reapply, Judge, and we've conferred with the state.
All right. Why are you not taking drug tests allegedly?
I am taking them. It's just my I'm diabetic and my blood sugar's been high, and I've been drinking nothing but water to.
I mean, is that happening every month with you? Because that's what it shows here.
Well, since like mid-July, I haven't been taking my meds. last year, and I just been,
Why are you not taking your medications if you're diabetic?
because I can't afford them. My insulin is too high.
All right, well, if you talk to probation and the Center for Healthcare Services, I think they'll be able to find some program for you to get your medications. You need your insulin.
Yes,
Or
sir.
either talk to your legislature and ask them why insulin is so high. Write a letter. All right,
We'll be able to, he has $2,000 today. He can pay towards his fines and fees. Your Honor, it was 3,100.
all right, and I will tell you, I appreciate you paying your fines and fees, but my main concern is of course fines and fees, but it's also the parenting classes and the child protective services issues.
The issue, I'm sorry, Child Protective Services, they have a paper clearing of negative finding on child protective. His wife has a judge, and secondly, and more importantly, he did take the class and he will take the class again. That's what we're asking.
He just did not pass.
He did not, Judge. He had
What
a
part
low-
didn't you pass? Why did you get a low score?
I have no reason.
All right, you need to find out. You're the first person I've had who did not pass parenting classes.
14 points, Your Honor, under the minimum score.
Well, that's no better.
No, I said 14 points under, Judge.
I mean, if
I
you-
didn't want
if
to
you-
disclose the whole number.
Yeah, if you would have said he missed it by 1 point,
I understand.
I would have said, well, maybe he had the milk too warm or something. But 14 points, that's a lot of points. You're
That's
gonna
why
have
he's
to.
re-enrolling, Judge.
All right, so he needs to be re-enrolled in parenting classes. And-
I'm actually taking them online.
Well, maybe that's a problem. Maybe you need in person. All right. All right, see if you can set him up with some in-person classes. I think they actually have dolls there. So you can figure out how it works, okay? All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Mr. Torres?
I'll be out of the city from the 10th through the 19th of April, Judge. So
All right, well, we'll come back on the 24th. We'll be back here for Fiesta.
Perfect, Judge.
Be prepared to do a UA on Fiesta.
Your Honor, did you want that as an amended condition?
Do it as an amended condition, but I want you to know that my asking or requesting that you do parenting classes in person, that's not addressing your motion to revoke. You understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused, Judge?
After you sign the reset form.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. It's right here. Renee told you.
And make sure your client is on time next time, counsel. Your client was late today. All right, yes, we're ready for you. All right, Mr. Lawrence, we're going to go back on the record in 2020 CR 3146, State of Texas versus Lawrence Walker. Mr. Walker, have you had a chance to talk with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what would you like to do?
He accepts the judgment, satisfied.
All right, is that what you wish to do, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand the repercussions of accepting that there will be a felony conviction on your record?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand the collateral consequences of having a felony conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
And counsel, have you had a chance to explain that to Mr. Lawrence
I
Walker?
already did.
Okay. All right, I'm going to grant the motion. Find you guilty. Sentence you to 68 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244 of the Penal Code. Give you credit for any time served, and the court will find that the judgment is satisfied. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Thank you. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, I did.
All right, because this is a plea, are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, I am waiving my right to.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. if you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to your attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. You're gonna have to do better, okay? So if your family is willing to accept you back in your life, you need to take a break. You can take a break. If your family is willing to accept you back in your life, in their lives, you need to step up to the plate, okay?
That's right.
All right, if there's any drug issues or any other issues of that nature,
None.
which I don't think there is because I didn't write it on the docket sheet, you need to take care of that, okay?
Okay.
All right, they'll probably release you sometime at 1 a.m.
That's all right.
All right, if
That's all
something
right.
happens and you're not released, your attorney will let the court know.
Okay. Okay.
All right, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you. Wait, I guess for the, oh, I can't read on the record. I did.
All right, everyone, just give us a moment. The court report is taking a short break, but here is the lineup. It's going to be Christopher Barode, Sebastian Castillo, Gilbert Gonzalez, Stevie Stokes, and Isabel Garza. And just one moment. The person on Isabel Garza, where are you? Where's her attorney? All right, we'll come back with that. All right, thank you. The person who's on Gilbert Gonzalez, where are you? All right, if you can come forward.
Judge, I apologize. Ron, you had called us earlier. I was downstairs.
Okay,
It's not-
just ask them to pull the file.
Okay.
Joshua Gonzalez.
No, I do not. And I do have Duran. We'll take that up.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I ask you a very short question again?
Yes.
The case that I have today, Your Honor, has not been indicted. I went ahead and had it set for today because I've spoken to 4 different prosecutors. They've been in jail 9 months. No, on full house arrest 9 months, hasn't been indicted. Nothing's happening. So
Okay, just give me one moment. And once I have a copy of that, I know it's not been indicted, but if you can give me the B page, I'll do something.
thank you.
All right, Gilbert Gonzalez.
Rodolfo Aceves.
What's your name? All right, so Isabel, just give me a moment, okay? All right, and then I'll get with you. Gilbert Gonzalez. All right, so we're here. Today is his plea deadline date.
We have conferred on the plea bargain I have conferred with the client on the plea bargain and we're not accepting a plea deal.
All right. So your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And to the clerk, I don't have both files of Mr. Gilbert Gonzalez. I'm missing file that ends in cause number 11923A. It should be an aggravated kidnapping. And so state, for jury trial, how long do you anticipate this trial would last?
It's a complicated one, Judge. I would say maybe 4 to 6 days.
Okay. Do you think that's how long it would take?
Sounds right, Judge.
And would you be proceeding on the aggravated kidnapping first or the evading? Okay.
Oh, yeah, the evading would be much faster. Well, actually, it's kind of on the same. Well, yes, we proceed on the kidnapping, Judge.
He didn't mean to, pun intended.
Okay. All right. All right, so Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date on Gilbert Gonzalez. They say it will take about 4 to 5 days. And it's criminal trial division.
May 16th.
All right, we'll be back on May 16th. And counsel, do you know election of punishment if he were to be found guilty?
Not this time, Judge.
All right, so on that date, You'll need to let the court know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Michael Durong.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what is happening on Mr. Durong?
Your Honor, I filed a motion to amend the bond conditions, Your Honor. At this time, he has a no contact with his son. Which just to give you background on this, Your Honor, this case, the original complaint started in June of last year. This case wasn't filed. I don't believe he was arrested until about 2 weeks ago, Your Honor. During those 9 months, the child has remained in the home. There's been no issues. In fact, CPS did an investigation. They did find reason to believe, however, they never took the child from the home. The child remained in his care throughout this 9 months. They have closed the case, Your Honor. Once the criminal case came into effect a couple of weeks ago, as part of the conditions of bond there was a no contact. And the child was taken from the defendant.
All right, so I can tell you, this is what the court is going to want on this case. I'm going to want some documentation and the caseworker from the CPS case.
I've got a letter saying the case is closed and that'll work.
You want to go around? I don't know why people do that.
It shows that it was closed January the 23rd of this year.
All right, so my concern is that there's a finding of reason to believe, so, and I understand what that means, counsel.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
if you're, but I would like to have the caseworker here who closed this case, or the investigative caseworker. If you would have them come in, as soon as they come in, no matter what day it is, we'll take it up. Okay.
This is a concern I have, Judge. 9 months has gone by. Child was in his care this whole time. CPS never took the child out of his care.
I mean, I understand that, but sometimes, as you know.
And just also background on this, Judge, he has another child that's in his home.
Yeah.
That there's no issue. They did not take that child from him.
No, I understand it and I understand what you're saying. But sometimes what I've seen in my practice, previous practice, and also some things that I've seen as judge, sometimes I have questions about CPS actions. So in order for me to feel comfortable allowing this, I need to have the caseworker in here, because this is just a piece of paper and they're telling me they found reason to believe, which is concerning. I don't know anything about the case. So I would like for the worker to be here. So State, will you be able to get the worker here, or somebody get the worker here for me?
We can absolutely reach out, Judge.
All right.
They're available.
And so whenever you all have that, if you all have it on a Friday, even though we're doing jury selection on Friday morning, if you have it on Friday, I will take it up at break and we will get it solved. If you have it on Monday, I will take it up on Monday. Just let the court know.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Christopher Barode. Hi. All right, his attorney wants to withdraw. I don't know what the issue is.
Your Honor, a couple things. Did Ms. Kraus file a motion to withdraw or anything like that?
I haven't seen a motion to withdraw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, what myself and Mr. Gibby were going to suggest is she's still on the case.
So this is what we're going to do. We're going to reset this and we're going to reset it for the 10th. State, are you going to object to the lack of notice if she files her motion this weekend, perhaps?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson, we're going to recall Mr. Barrow for the, I'm sorry, not April 10th, April 3rd. And if you can let Ms. Cross know that she needs to file a motion to withdraw, and then the court would hear it. And will y'all be available to come in on April 3rd if needed?
You can do that.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. And Mr. Barrow, you were late. Do not be late again.
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Who's the party on? Sorry, Sebastian Castillo. Court is calling 2023 CR 0527, State of Texas versus Sebastian Castillo. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? For the defense?
Gary Churek.
And are you Mr. Castillo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Castillo, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we move to proceed on count 1, paragraph B, and waive the remaining.
No objection.
Showing you what's entitled Courts Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with burglary of a habitation with intent to commit force felony? It's first-degree felony. The range of punishment is 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses? The state will call in the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to life in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is, Your Honor.
Mr. Castillo, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 1, paragraph B. They're asking that your punishment be assessed at 5 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. The state is silent on your application. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Vivian, Seth, Stephanie with an I, not an E, Doyle Poy, D-O-Y-L-E, Poor, P-O-O-R, and Oliver Castillo. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of your plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
It is, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
There are none, Your Honor.
Then to count 1, paragraph B, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
And then we have for state's exhibit number 1 and all attachments.
No objection.
All right, state you may continue to confer.
Thank you.
Showing you what's entitled Wavering Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date for PSI and TAP evaluation. All right, we'll come back on May 18th. At that time, the court will make a decision on your application based upon the PSI report and any other evidence that's presented.
Yes, ma'am. You excuse?
Yes, you're excused. Who's here on Stevie Stokes? All right, on this case, the state is to provide information on updated charges, and there's supposed to be information on the 911 calls.
So the 911 calls are on there, Your Honor. I was telling Mr. Piddle this morning that the photos that appeared to be autopsy photos are actually photos that were taken at the scene. We do not have the autopsy photos, so we've already reached out to the ME's office to get them those. I think, and that should be something we can get quickly. I think at this point, we're probably just looking at a trial.
All right,
That's correct.
so a trial on endangering a child?
That
That's all I
is,
have before the court.
that is how it's currently indicted, Your Honor. I can't guarantee that it might not change depending on some conversations that I have with the ME.
All right, all right, you were late for court, why?
Well, I got lost
Lost where?
here. Yeah, I was on the 3rd floor. You can see it.
You've been here before.
Yeah.
You've been here. I will give you the December date because we were down the hallway, but you were here on February, so you shouldn't have gotten lost. I don't understand that. Don't be late again.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, on this case, I am going to give you all a 45-day reset.
Okay.
And that 45-day reset is going to be jury trial also. And by that time, whatever's happening with whatever case, it should already have been done. If it's not done, then this is what we have.
Understood, Your Honor.
What date, Ms. Ferguson, 45 for 45 days jury trial?
May 9th.
Can I get it after the 16th, Mr. Gonzalez's case? Please,
What Gonzalez case?
the one that was up here earlier, I have a May 16th. Gilbert Gonzalez in here. It's an aggravated kidnapping. That's the first degree. This is a state jail.
Ah,
I like you all, but
wait, I'm sorry, what date did you say?
I said May 9th.
All right, let's see what happens. But just remind me on May 9th about your upcoming trial.
okay, Judge.
All right. So we'll see you back on May 9th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who's here on Joshua Gonzalez? Joshua Gonzalez. Court is calling 2022 CR 8764, State of Texas versus Joshua Gonzalez. Can our parties approach and announce for the record for the state? Defense?
Here, for Joshua Gonzalez, depending we're ready.
And are you Joshua Gonzalez?
Yes.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, still proceeding as to count 1, waiving counts 2 and 3, and proceeding as a repeater.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with the offense of injury to a child, bodily injury intentionally and knowingly as a second-degree felony with a repeater count? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years with the possible fine up to $10,000. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Okay, you need to speak up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes,
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived its right to jury trial, showing you what's entitled plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea bargain agreement, state is proceeding on count 1, and you are to agree that you've been previously convicted of a felony for enhancement. Punishments be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There are no applications. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Diamond Gonzalez or Raul Gonzalez. Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition? Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent? Did you understand that to be the entirety of your agreement? Defense, is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to count 1, how do you plead? True or not true? I'm sorry. Count 1, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Thank you. And to the repeater count, how do you plead? True or not true?
True.
State any evidence.
State offers states exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses, the state will call and the right to remain silent. Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find the enhancement true. Based upon your plea of true and based upon states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. All right, so why should I follow this agreement?
Your Honor, he's pled no contest. He decided he wanted to not go to trial. And we made an agreement with the state that we thought was appropriate for the evidence in the charge and the alleged facts, that 2 years in prison will be a reasonable and fair sentence.
The state, why should I follow this agreement?
Your Honor, there was allegations of injury to the child. On the data wise, there were incidents with the family. However, in prosecuting this case, there may have been some testimonial issue from the child. And in discussing with the family, they felt that this was also an appropriate sentence for the family.
All right, you said something about the child. What did you say?
In trying to get her to testify, some of her testimony may strayed from the actual actions that were witnessed by other members of the family.
Okay. All right, the court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 2 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Diamond Gonzalez and Raul Gonzalez. And the court will give you credit for any time served. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction and affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. Were any of those tattoos painful?
So
All right, and what is up with the belt? Is that a crow? What type of bird is that?
rather not as.
Okay, all right. I have an idea what it is. But you need to start making better choices, okay? All right, good luck to you. Michael Montoya. All right, today is his plea deadline date. Where are we?
Judge, we're asking for a 1 week extension on the plea deadline. The state and I have talked this morning and afternoon. We believe we've come up with something that both sides would be agreeable to, but the state does need to reach out to next of kin before making that formal offer.
And Judge, that is correct. I mean, due to some limitations of communication between, I think, defense counsel and myself prior. Now I think we're on the same page and there may be something that we can resolve by plea.
Okay.
If we just get a small extension.
All right, so it will either have to be. Let's see. It will either have to be the week of April 10th or the week of April 24th.
I'll defer to defense counsel.
Judge, if we could do the,
Or I could put it on the 17th, but then,
if we could do the 24th, and then that'll give us enough time. And I'd also like, if we reach the agreement, I want to get the paperwork ahead of time to go over it with Mr. Montoya in person before we come to court.
all right, Ms. Ferguson, can we recall Mr. Montoya on the 24th for plea deadline date?
Yes, sir.
All right, no further extensions.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Judge.
Isabel Garza.
Just have a seat.
All right, come down, Ms. Garza. All right, counsel, what's going on here?
Judge, we were close to getting a plea done, but after speaking to my client, I think we need to set it for trial. And I will also be filing a motion to have a shrunk.
No, I don't think so. I said I would take the 14 days. I told you that,
Right.
David.
And you also said. that
And
you're
besides,
innocent.
they falsely arrested me because I wasn't in the system.
Okay,
And then when
okay,
I
so
came
Miss.
December 19,
Mhm.
you weren't here. And then they were gonna log me in. They said, give me your social. I don't know what they asked me for, the social or the SIT number. And they logged me in. And otherwise, I wouldn't have been in the system. You know what I'm saying? When I came December 19, which was my birthday, Bethlehem's Day. And then January 18th, I came a day early to come speak with you. Me thinking that I can come alone, right? But somebody told me I'm my own attorney. You know what I'm saying? And so I figured, you know what, I'm gonna get up and go speak to my judge and see if we can work something out, because I wanted to speak to you and tell you that they had falsely arrested me. The reason they were looking for me was because I wasn't in the system, and I am.
My
the system.
advice is that you stop talking.
No, no.
It's up to you.
No,
but my
no, no.
advice is that you stop
What's
talking.
not being said is the stupid conspiracy, right? Okay, so anyhow, so look, I'm a runaway. I've been a runaway since I was right? That's my story.
Okay.
And you know, I'm very spiritual. And I lost my apartment because my spirit told me, you know what, Father, you were never to pay anything in life, period, right? So I stopped paying for 2 months and they kicked me out. I was living at West Marsh at 307 West Marshall.
Okay.
On Marshall Street.
All right.
And I was gonna ask you if you can help me out with the voucher. I mean, because you're a judge, I'm a judge too, right?
Yes. All right, so Ms. Garza, let me do this for you, okay? Because I want to make sure that everyone has everything that they need. I mean, you think that's fair, right?
I'm innocent.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So I want to make sure that everyone has all the information that they need so we can proceed appropriately. You understand? All right, so let me explain to you this way. I want everything to be fair for you, okay? All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask them, usually it takes a long time for a person to see a doctor. I'm going to ask that you see a doctor quickly. I'm going to have them expedited. I'm going to have your attorney and I'll have the state and I'll be on the phone call too to have them call a doctor to speak with you. And I will have them speak to you no later than the week of April 3rd. So I will call them and ask them to expedite that. And then after they've spoken to you, if you still wish to proceed with a jury trial, or if you wish to proceed with a plea, we can do that at that time. But I don't want to accept a plea not knowing.
There's no need for trial.
Okay. All right. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to have
A
you rescind.
psychiatrist, you mean psychiatrist
Yes.
or a specialist?
Yes.
Specialist?
Yes. And so I'm going to have you brought back. I'm going to set you for April 10th. But
Actually,
we'll
Judge,
probably-
I will not be here April 10th.
Okay. When will you be here?
The 11th or the 12th.
Okay. So, Ms. Garza, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set you for April 11th. But if I can bring you back sooner than April 11th, I will, okay? But I want to make sure it's in the system, so I won't lose where you are, okay?
Okay, may I say, does that mean I get to get out and, what is it called? What's that word y'all use here in the world? It's, a challenge for me to come and show up like the woman, responsible woman that I am.
Okay. So, well, let's do this. I like to take things one step at a time because that makes it easier for me. So the first thing that's going to be done is with the state and your attorney and myself. I'm going to make sure I call a doctor because they're very busy, but I'm going to make sure that I call them and see if they can see you the week of April 3rd. Then we will come back no later than April 11th to find out what they say and perhaps resolve your case, okay?
Okay, if this fella's a state, what I want him to know right now in front of all of us is that every time I go to a store, I'm abandoned from all the stores that I go to where I live on 2919 West Martin in Zarzamora, because I go up to a cashier and it opens. I got criminal trespassing at HEB right there on Rosario, because I stepped up to the cashier and I opened all the cashiers.
All right, so this is what we'll do about that.
And then what happens, banks cannot arrive until I signify or I open the.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do about that.
That's not nothing crazy about me.
No,
It's real.
I understand that. This is what we're going to do about that, Ms. Garza. And this is another good reason for us to come back on the 11th. I'm going to have the state and your attorney, and I will look as well. We're going to look and see if there is some kind of documentation where you to have no contact with those places. So that'll give us a chance.
That's not fair. You know why? Because they stole from me. They stole from me. You know, when you, I don't use lottos, but somehow it was a lucky day and I won like $400. I even made a report on it.
Okay.
You know.
All right. So about the lottery ticket, because I know people spend a lot of money on lottery tickets and then you don't win. And then when you win, there are issues.
I got a coin that's a $30 coin.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got $1 that's a motion $100 bill.
Okay. All right. So we're going to look into all of that for you, but I'm going to have the deputy take you back and you will be back in this court no later than April 11th. Okay.
Okay. So what I'm asking, the question that I'm asking is, am I going to be able to get out today?
No, not today.
Why is that? Is there
Because I
any way
need you to
set me
see
a bond?
I need you to see a doctor first, and I'm going to
Well,
expedite that.
I have my specialist outside of,
Well,
on cams.
what is your specialist name on the outside?
What's his name? Brucebeck.
Gruspet? How do you spell that last name?
G-U-R-B. Something, I gotta pronounce it.
Okay, pronounce it for me again.
Okay, G-U-R-B-U-R-G-E.
All right, so what we'll do is the doctor that is going
And
to.
my spelling is always the best spelling, you know, because it picks up, if you pick up on the computer who I am and the way I spell my words, there's like a lot of geographic to it, technology to it.
Okay. All right. So
and that's why
okay.
I can't use these words, the words that y'all use here, and
no, that's okay, because I like for everybody to understand.
we're all on camera right now.
So,
just so you know.
Ms. Garza, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to have the deputy take you back so that we can look into all of this. But thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
And then Judge, if I may, I've got Tremonte Singleton, Judge. I believe we've worked out a deal. Is that something we can come back tomorrow or Monday?
If you can have them pull the file, have you done the paperwork?
No.
All right, do the paperwork.
State's
and we'll-
doing the.
How about she's gonna see the doctor first? See the doctor. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Brandon Morris. Court is calling 2017 CR. Where's the attorney for Brandon Morris? Court is calling, where's Brandon Morris?
Judge, he is actually in federal custody, the Bureau of Prisons. This is a thing absentia issue, and I can kind of fill in the floor on it. I talked to Daniel.
All right, did you file the documents to plea and abstentia? Have they come back?
We have not, Judge. I would have to go see him in person. I believe he's in Three Rivers to effectuate that. I have talked to Daniel just today and gave him some documentation. We discussed, and if perhaps that would resolve this without having to go through that process. It feels like it's going to be a little bit more involved than I had anticipated, but.
All right, so when will you get that done?
I think that he probably can have that reviewed within a week. And so just anytime with at least that.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you give me a reset date on Brandon Morris? If you have the information before then and the documentation, just come by and we'll put it on the docket.
Yes, ma'am.
April 6th.
All right, April 6th.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Brandon Benavides.
My client's in custody. He's not out here, but I prefer with the state on this case. Benavides?
Yes, he's right behind, hiding behind the box.
I didn't see you, man. Behind the boxes.
On the file.
Yeah, or the file. All right, what's happening with this case?
I spoke with family violence counsel for the state. Mr. Benavides has two cases that have just come down. One is a misdemeanor, and then the other one just literally got indicted within the last couple of days. The state is asking for a 30-day reset, so we can kind of try to see what we can do to combine all this stuff and get one resolution for the court.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Benavides, please? Yes.
Yeah, be an
yeah.
NPR.
He has a new case.
And he's got a new case too.
All right, we'll come back on April 25th.
April 25th. Let me check what date it is. 1 second. Judge, that is a Tuesday. That is the worst day on the planet.
All right,
Can we do a Monday or a Wednesday even?
Ms. Ferguson, can we do that on the 24th?
Thank you so
All right.
much. I appreciate the accommodation.
You're welcome. I know you have your mental health docket.
Yeah. It's the one day I've got no coverage.
All right, anyone else ready? I have no files before me. Yes, who is your person?
This is the young man that he's been on house arrest for 9 months. He can't go to his full house arrest 9 months. I've spoken to 4 different DAs. He hasn't been indicted. And I thought I'd go ahead and set it for court for today so I could get something done. And it appears that it worked. Either today or before Wednesday, they're supposed to make me some sort of a plea bargain offer.
Okay, so do you want to just recall this for a different date, Mr. Cisneros?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, and what date would you like to come back?
Let me see. I can come back on the 6th or the 7th of next week, Your Honor.
All right, just get with Ms. Ferguson and she'll give you a reset form.
Thank you.
All right, and counsel, if you give this to Ms. Ferguson, because it has the case date on it.
Johnny and Brad, too, on the plea that we did on Gita Castilla, it was brought to my attention that the no contact order with the victim herself wasn't put on.
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
Kevin Owens. All right, what is happening with Mr. Owens?
Your Honor, we're here to report the status. The PDR on his case was denied.
Okay.
So just to make the court aware, there is Counterman versus Colorado pending at the Supreme Court. Oral arguments are to be heard April 19th. And it involves the stalking statute and whether it requires a true threat. Which is an issue in our case. So we have that going on. And my second issue, I had filed a writ of habeas corpus solely for the purpose of returning him to his prior conditions of being able to work. The court, he was convicted in misdemeanor court for harassment. That case is on appeal. He was given, he opted to withdraw his application for probation and was given time by Judge Angelini, 180 days. Today of course, it's up to the jail, but today's the 90th day. His sentence may be discharged today on that underlying, that harassment.
All right, so with regards to that, if there's an issue with the bond here, you have to file a motion and we'll set it for a hearing. With regards to the next setting, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, do we already have too many people on the 24th or no?
No.
All right, we'll see you on the 24th.
Your Honor, I filed a writ with regard to the issues of his GPS.
All right, so with regards to his issue of GPS number, bring this back on April 17th and it'll be heard at that time.
Your Honor, he hasn't, the judge in forget which judge it was, Escalona, maybe not, on his misdemeanor set appeal bond and allows him to work, but on GPS. We're just asking for consistent orders.
All right, so come back on the 17th of April and your writ hearing will be heard. Is there anything else?
No, Your Honor, and the 24th of next month.
Yes. All right. Norma, have that writ hearing for the 17th of April.
Mr. Owens? Benavides?
That's who's here on Jefferson Chapman? Who's the attorney on William Jefferson Chapman? Court is calling 2022 CR 11445, State of Texas versus William Jefferson Chapman. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense,
Jessica Gonzalez filling in for Tracy Franklin for Mr. Captain.
are you Mr. Chapman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection to this attorney standing in for previous counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Your Honor, the previous attorneys have received it and reviewed it, and I did confirm that with my client.
All right. Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Is this an application for deferred adjudication or community supervision?
Your Honor, I apologize. I filled out both because I was confused on which one to submit. He is applying for probation.
All right. Mr. Chapman, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you weigh the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're proceeding as to lesser included charge of assault, bodily injury, family, household, and count one.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family household as a Class A misdemeanor? The range of punishment is up to 1 year in the Bear County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargaining agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses to this offense?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him? Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I believe both, Your Honor.
Mr. Chapman, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family household as a Class A misdemeanor. State recommends community supervision. There's to be restitution, if any. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, and there's to be no contact with Erica, Ericka, Guzman, Guzman. Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
All right, defense, is that the agreement?
And that was gonna be my question, Your Honor. I apologize for interrupting. Did you say the GPS monitoring when you recited that?
No, because that's not listed as a part of your agreement.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure about. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State, is that the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state was, and I might have misremembered to put that on there. We were seeking GPS.
That's outside the agreement,
Oh,
so
yes,
y'all can
yes,
argue that.
yes.
So does everybody understand that to be the plea state
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chapman, you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeals paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
There have not been.
Okay.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 1 year. Any recommendations on what you would like the punishment to be, state? Because that's not a part of the plea agreement.
Your Honor, we're seeking GPS monitoring also as a condition of to be administered as part of the plea agreement, Your Honor.
But what are you asking his underlying sentence to be? Are you asking it for it to be 1 year as well? Does
Yeah.
anybody else?
Yes, Your Honor.
I explained it as 1 year, Your Honor.
Yes.
And the state is also requesting the battering intervention and prevention program and GPS monitor. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the lesser included offense, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State, any evidence?
The state's offers States Exhibit 1 and all attachments.
No objections.
Mr. Chapman, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after viewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We would like to, Your Honor, we're ready to make arguments.
All right, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor, my client has been accused of these allegations. He no longer wishes to have any contact with the complaining witness, and he'll follow all of the rules that the court does impose in order to proceed on this plea. However, with regards to the GPS monitoring, he has been on a monitor since June of last year. To my knowledge, since he's been on monitor, there have not been any violations that have been presented to the court. He, for 2 reasons, would ask that the court not impose the GPS monitoring. 1 is going to be the financial cost of this. 2, it's frankly, it's just uncomfortable to have it on his leg, and he's had it for about 9 months. So he would ask that if anything, the court hold it in abeyance. If there's any violations that are brought to the court's attention, obviously that would be a violation of all of its terms, and he'd be looking at 1 year in Bexar County Jail. But also we could impose the GPS monitoring at that time.
All right, state.
Your Honor, this case arises out of a relationship between the complainant and the defendant that, for lack of a better term, is on and off again. The alleged incident arises from the defendant showing up at the complainant's house uninvited, and the continued contact between the defendant and the complaining witness does present a risk for the complainant in the future, since the defendant does know her address. So we would seek GPS as a condition of the defendant's plea in order to prevent contact between the 2 parties, number 1, and number 2, to protect her from any further allegations from the defendant.
All right, is there any restitution?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Chapman, what don't you understand about this relationship? It's over. Do you understand that?
Oh, yes.
Do you have any children with her?
No, ma'am.
So there's no reason for you to have contact with her.
No, ma'am.
I'm not going to allow you to have contact with her. Do you understand?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you
I have
do?
my own business.
Doing what?
Tree service since 2017.
All right. Do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages?
I got a 5, 13, and a 14.
So 5-year-old, 13 and 14-year-old? Who do they stay with?
Their mother.
All right. So what are you teaching them by being in this type of relationship?
Oh, nothing good.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail, suspended and probated for 2 years. There should be GPS for half the term. No contact with Erica Guzman, affirmative finding of family violence, regular reporting, regular UAs, field visits 1 time per month, the BIPP course, proof of employment within 15 days, no employment as a home health care provider with minors, restitution if any, 80 hours community service, restitution. The court is going to order parenting classes. If you complete the parenting classes, that will satisfy your community service hours. Counsel, if you want to approach the court, once he started his BIPP course, to ask that the GPS be removed, the court will consider it at that time.
To clarify for the GPS monitor, will that be at tracking only?
It will be partial. He will be allowed to work.
Partial to allow the work, and
Yeah.
then obviously the exclusionary zone.
Yes.
Will there be a partial? Well, I mean, he has to have permission for anywhere he goes, so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
Sonia, what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal? Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Relationships, when they're done, they're done.
Oh, yes.
If you break up with somebody and you don't resolve what the underlying issues are, could have been issues with you. When you come back, those issues are still going to be there.
Yes.
So I want you to hear me clearly. Your relationship with her is over. You are not to contact her. You're not to call her. You're not to send her flowers. You're not to send her letters of apology. If she contacts you or comes where you're working or wherever, you need to call the police or call someone, call your probation officer, but you're not allowed to have contact with her. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, on the restitution, if any, and that is to be clear to the victim.
Yes.
And Your Honor, just as to that issue of restitution, there was indicated by the complainant that there may be restitution for doctor's visits arising from out of this incident, but typically we have not received that documentation. So we just ask that it stays open.
All right. And counsel, if there is restitution and you feel that the restitution amount is inappropriate, just let the court know and we can have a hearing on that.
Yes, John, I'll, Ms. Franklin.
All right. Thank you.
Name and date, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have victim involvement.
Oh,
What would you like us to arrange?
oh, if you'll just stand there. Who's the complainant?
My name's Erica, but I'm just gonna read it. She sent it to me,
Okay. How long is this? Okay.
30 seconds to a minute.
All right.
Okay, William, I am still suffering from the pain you cause, and I still can't understand how a person who says they love you wants to hurt you. You are my soulmate, the person I planned on spending my life with, and the person I would turn to when I needed a shoulder to cry on. I find myself crying, wondering why and how someone who loves you can hurt you. Since then, I haven't been able to sleep. I find myself crying at times, thinking, what did I do wrong for this to have happened? The hurt and pain will never go away. But in order for me to be at peace, I need to put this behind me. I pray and hope you get the help you need and be a better man for your kids' sake.
All right. Thank you. Benny Santos. Who's the attorney for Benny Santos?
That's me, Judge.
All right. Today is discovery.
I thought she was trying to.
Okay. So where are we on discovery?
Your Honor, I believe part of the issue was last time that the
CPS records?
I'm sorry?
CPS records, or is there more?
I think there are CPS records. I don't know if a protective
I have.
order has been done. Did you get them?
We did that last
Okay,
time, and in fact, when we did it last time, we had actually done it the time before, and so.
Oh, fine.
Okay.
Okay. Well, what we have CPS records in our possession. Did you get the copy though?
And the
Yes,
court
I
does
don't-
have the protective order in its file.
You have
Okay.
to- I think I've
Um,
signed it twice.
I think
Yes.
the issue was that he had something on his criminal history that we were trying to confirm, and all I've gotten from the state it's from is that they have no record of it. So I'm just gonna proceed as if it's not there, Your Honor.
Okay. So is there anything else?
Judge, when we were here last time, we were one of the last cases on your docket, and as we were leaving, I mentioned to you that as of that point, he had been in custody for over 4 months. He'd been unable to make bail. I didn't think that they would be able to make a bail. However, the offense alleged is from 2019. It's about 4 years ago. He's got no contact with the complainant, and no way that he's going to contact the complainant. The court ordered a PR bond interview at that time. I didn't think that we would get a PR, but the interview would be useful.
Yes.
It never occurred. He's now been in 5 months. He's got no felony convictions, and he's just unable to make that $75,000 bond.
So let's do this. Ms. Ferguson, on Mr. Santos, are you able to, since criminal trial division will be in trial, are you able to set this for Judge Nahara?
I can send the request over this now.
All right, so we'll get that taken care of no later than next week.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so then has an offer been tendered?
Yes, ma'am. And we've declined that offer, Your Honor.
Okay, do you need a chance to think about it or no?
I didn't start thinking about it.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, can we recall this then in 2 weeks or so? Is that enough time for you to review, Mr. Santos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What date?
I can do the 11th, Judge.
All right, April 11th will be your plea deadline date. At that time, you'll need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting that plea. And counsel, if for some reason your case hasn't been heard by Judge Nahara as far as the bond issue, then the court will hear it. If it hasn't already been heard by Judge Nahara.
I'll bug him.
All right,
I'll
thank
say
you.
hi to him. I won't bug him. Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome.
Did you file a motion?
No, it was just ordered verbally. I asked for an interview. You ordered an
They're
interview.
asking for a motion.
Asking for a motion just for the interview.
No, he was talking about the PR bond. There was scheduled one so that we could see what his criminal history was, and it was never done. But he won't need that now. It'll just go to Judge Nahara. But you'll need to file your motion
Yes,
for a bond reduction.
for reduction, because it's going to Nara, not
Yes.
reduction, not just an interview.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're shutting it down.
And Judge, on Tremonte Singleton, we got the paperwork done, so we can come back Monday.
Oh, well, if it's already done, we'll take this up and then,
Well, they have to swear him in, but
Okay.
otherwise it's done.
all right, we'll swear him in and then this will be where we are. Oh, here you are.
I haven't gone.
You just stand.
Need to come back.
We haven't, but if they haven't gone over the paperwork or anything, you want them to come back in the afternoon, we set it for Monday.
All right, let's just do it. Just, all right. What is Smith?
It's a plea. Smith, we talked to you earlier about.
Okay,
with criminal trial division.
okay. All right, okay,
It's all fluid.
it's all fluid.
I couldn't remember if it was.
Yeah, sure. Does anyone, Norma, do you have a highlighter over there? One that's not yellow?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, just. Oh, thank you. Oh, Josie is so awesome. No, that's the non.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, afterwards.
All right, the court is calling 2000. Oh, we're waiting. So just give us a moment. So who else is left? Because it's almost 2. And they're gonna have to come back on another day if their attorney's not. Okay.
We only have the 2 o'clock with Ms. Hannah Smith.
Okay. All right, so we'll take up, we'll stay and do Miss Smith and then. Okay.
Oh, she's not here. She's in the street.
Bye. No, go ahead and finish your paperwork because I'm being told that we have this extra plea. All right. Oh, no problem.
Expression by anybody, isn't it?
Yeah, it was calling The other courtroom, it was more menacing. Now that I'm on the side, I don't.
It's missing.
It's all- Yeah.
You don't see it.
I don't see it.
Sure.
You must have put that in all about something.
Hmm.
As a judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Right. Just for some more.
Really?
Yeah. I think I've had like 1 or 2 in front of Angelina, but nothing big. Oh. Yeah. We'll probably get about 4 from the city. And 2 is from Joey. Jefferson Memorial. Surprise one after another. Mary Martin.
Are you ready? Okay. All right, court is calling 2022 CR 6777, State of Texas versus Tremonte Singleton. Can our parties approach and announce for the record for the state
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
defense?
David A. Garcia, attorney for Tremonte Singleton Judge.
Are you Mr. Singleton? Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your clients?
I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Singleton, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
If you understand you're charged with aggravated sexual assault of a child, that's a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty, sentence you up to life in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, and he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is.
Mr. Singleton, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No,
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
no.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes,
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 10 years. State is opposing your application, and there's Chapter 62 registration. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that document? I'm sorry, that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in both places?
Yes,
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
They've been filed but not heard, Judge.
Then to the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, we have for state's exhibit number 1 and all attachments.
We reviewed states one and all attachments, Your Honor. We have no objections.
Mr. Singleton, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Understand.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer a finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Is there going to be a need for TAP evaluation or no?
I don't think so, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, when can this come back for sentencing and probation? This is the PSI. We'll be back on May 18th. On May 18th, I'll make a decision on your application based upon the PSI report and any other evidence that's presented.
Take care. We'll talk soon. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You need him, right?
Jacob Guevara. Guevara.
Judge, I'm present for Ibarra. He's in custody.
All right, if he'll come down. All right, what's happening with this case?
Judge, we have an offer by the state. I communicated it. My client said he would accept it. When we got the paperwork, we were reviewing it. He decided he did not want to accept it. I believe there's some other issues going on, so.
Sign that paperwork before we came the first time. I think it was November 30th.
All right, the last we were here, there was some sort of psychological issue. Is that still the case?
I believe so, Judge.
All right, where are we on the psychological evaluation?
I need to file that, Judge. I think there's an issue there. And it still persisted. First, it looked like we were going to get a better offer we wanted, but now it's, I think that is a very serious problem.
All right, Mr. I'm sorry, Ms. Ferguson on Guevara.
Yes, ma'am.
He needs to have an evaluation done. So what date would you like to bring this back? How much time do we need for them to have the evaluation done? All right, we'll come back on May 22nd. And Ms. Ferguson, can you just refer this to them so it will be done?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I be excused.
Yes, you may be excused. Court is calling 2022 CR 8647, State of Texas versus Frank Sanchez. Could I have parties approach and announce for the record?
Jason Jorgens for the state. David McLean for the defense.
And are you Mr. Sanchez? Are you Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Sanchez, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision or deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We're proceeding on count one, paragraph A, Your Honor. We're waiting for paragraph B.
Any objections?
No objection, Judge.
Mr. Sanchez, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants, court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand that what you're being charged with is burglary of a habitation by force? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, off the record for a moment. Counsel, I see in the plea bargain agreement, there's no application for deferred adjudication, but I have a deferred adjudication.
I didn't see an application for just community supervision over there. So if the court be so kind of just scratch through the deferred, that is not being recommended by the state, but community supervision is.
All right, we're back on the record.
Thank you, Judge.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine or confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor. We had some issues, just for the record. We had some issues originally when we first evaluated this case. We thought there may be some competency issues. We had Mr. Sanchez evaluated by the court for competency. He was found to be competent, an assessment that we agreed with, and that's what brought us back here today. And we've got some mental health issues, but he is competent, in my opinion.
All right, and do you believe he was sane at the time of the offense?
I believe he was, Judge.
Mr. Sanchez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 1, paragraph A. Punishment is to be assessed at 5 years in the prison. There's a $500 fine, no application for deferred adjudication. The state recommends community supervision. There's to be restitution, if any, to Virgilio Estrada. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
That is, Judge.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the agreement. The state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 5 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 150 hours community service restitution, no contact with Virgilio Estrada and 226 Lozoya, San Antonio, Texas. And they're asking that you be placed on the mental impaired caseload and receive a MIC evaluation for that purpose. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offense in count 1, paragraph A, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest this time.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, the state offers exhibit 1, the defendant's waivers and stipulation of evidence.
Your Honor, we've reviewed that, and we have no objection.
Mr. Sanchez, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Yes or no? Okay. Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll wait PSI.
All right, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, Mr. Sanchez does suffer from mental illness. I believe his diagnosis is that he is schizophrenic. And so because of that, he does have some auditory, sometimes visual hallucinations. The police report in this case was pretty clear that Mr. Sanchez was probably responding to some of that night. He accepts full responsibility for what he did, and is wanting to try to show the court that he wants to make atonement. He has expressed to me that he really does want to try and get help to try to manage his mental health issues. He tells me he does not have any substance abuse issues, but that he wants to try to get these kinds of issues under control so that he can stay out of trouble.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, if you're released, where are you going to be staying?
I have 2 places. One, my brother, and my other is my auntie at 4505 Leon.
Do they want you living with them? Have you asked?
I have not had the opportunity to ask them.
All right, so if they say that you can't live with them, where would you be staying?
I would probably head towards the shelter.
Okay. Do you have employment at all?
I do. Only employment that I have right now is the temporary services places that I work at in Ocean City and the one on Culebra Road. But I will be looking for permanent work though,
Okay.
because I'll be on probation.
Are you on medications at the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
What about if he's released from jail? Has something been worked out for him to have his medications?
No, Judge, but what I would strongly suggest, I mean, I'm hoping that the MIC unit can help arrange some of that. But what I would think that maybe we could do is get him a referral over to the Center for Healthcare Services. They can arrange to make sure that he gets the medication that he needs, even if he can't afford it. We can make sure he gets it at no cost. And that way he's got at least the place to get his medications. There may be an opportunity for him to get seen by a psychiatrist as well, make sure that medications are going well.
All right, so this is what I'm going to do. Restitution and no contact to Virgilio Estrada. No contact with 226 Lozoya Street, so you can't go back to that location. Sentence you to 5 years prison, suspended and probated for 5 years. $500 fine probated. Proof of employment within 30 days, no employment as a home healthcare provider with minors. Probation will do a referral to Center for Healthcare Services. but I also want the MIC evaluation. I'm doing the referral to Center for Healthcare Services because it will take the mental health case load for you to be on that. You will have to be evaluated, and that may take a little time. And I don't think the jail will allow you to leave the jail with your medications, and I want you to immediately have a place for your medications. So they'll probably release you today, but as soon as you're released, you need to go to the Center for Healthcare Services. I don't know, they may release you in the morning, but if they release you after hours, make sure you go to the Center Healthcare Service first thing Friday morning, okay?
And there's actually a location right there on San Saba, fairly close to the jail. So I mean, it's pretty close right there. Walking
Right, and
distance.
you'll give him that location, counsel. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna do a MIC evaluation. Probation, if for some reason his relatives don't allow him to stay with them, then he'll have to stay at Haven for Hope. We're gonna do regular reporting. That'll be by Zoom or in person. And probation, if Center for Healthcare Services takes him, if he gets a case manager, if you all coordinate with the case manager, that may be able to eliminate you all having to see him at the office for him having to make that reporting to the office. I'm gonna do field visit one time per month. And probation, I want that field visit, but once he's set up with a case manager with mental health, then you can do the field visits whenever you think it's needed. And we will do regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else he needs? I'm not going to do community service hours with him because I really want to make sure that the mental health issues are taken care of. And I think that would probably just be and more confusion.
Thank you, Judge.
I would order that if you had your case manager already in place, but because you don't, I won't. Anything else, probation? Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? All right, going to show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to your attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. So here's the thing about medications. Your attorney will be able to tell you because he does a lot of work with mental health. Sometimes when you're on medications, they have bad side effects and people will stop taking them. If there's an issue with side effects, just speak to your doctor about those. And then some people will stop taking them because they're feeling better. They're doing great. They're like, why should I be taking this? Don't stop taking that. The only time you need to stop taking it is if it's approved by your doctor, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and remember, you're not to go to that location.
Right.
And if you feel for some reason that the medications they're giving you, because sometimes they may be different from the jail, if they're giving you medications and you just don't feel like your medication dosage is right, talk to your case manager, talk to Center for Healthcare Services, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing in this court, communication is key. Talk to your probation officer. If you feel like your probation officer is not addressing something with you, we're here, as you can see, till 2. Although we were not supposed to be here this late, but we're here. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate you.
Thank you. And Norma, is the one we're waiting for is the Smith one?
Yeah.
All right. And then that's that. All right. Who is the defense attorney? All right. Can you call and see where she is? Yes. All right, let me ask. Deputy Laura. Has the paperwork already been done or no?
There's still waiting for her to go to review it and everything else.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. State. On this case that we're waiting to do paperwork on,
Yes, sir.
we're gonna, since Ms. Guerrero still has to go over paperwork, is everybody okay to come back at 3? So everyone who's here for this case, the reason why we have to come back at 3 is because we've been on the docket since, well, I've been on the bench since 8:30 without a break. The staff has been here since 9 without a break. And it's better sometimes to give people a break so they can have lunch, because otherwise mistakes are made. And when mistakes are made, what ends up happening is cases get called back when you think a case is done. So the attorney is parking, and I want to give that attorney time to go over the paperwork with her client, so no one can say that they didn't have time to go over the paperwork. So if you all want to, you can go down to the cafeteria. Is the cafeteria still open at 2? It may still be open, and we will come back here at 3. And I am not leaving until we take care of this case today. So there's no concern about that. So 3 o'clock, and she'll probably feel able to maybe go over paperwork with her when there's less people in the courtroom. So 3 o'clock, and we will all be here, and we will not start until you all are here. So don't worry, don't run. I have your faces in my memory bank, and we will not go until all of you are here, okay? All right, thank you.